Okay, great. Let's call this meeting to order, please. 4:05.
This is the meeting of the Sunshine Orange Task Force, November 2nd, 2016. The time is 4:05. On the call of the roll,
Yeah.
Member Barnetsky. She did inform me that she will be arriving a little late today. Member Eldon.
Present.
Eldon present. Member Josh Wolf. Wolf absent. Copra absent. Member Tesfa.
Here.
Tesfa present. Member Moss.
Present.
Moss present. Member Kanata.
Here.
Kanata present. Member Fisher. Fisher absent. Member Hinsey.
Present.
Hinsey present. Vice Chair Hyland.
Present.
Hyland present. Chair Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. We have a quorum.
Okay, great. Let's call review the agenda. Anything?
Item number 2, approval of
Okay.
minutes from the Sunshine Orange Task. Oh,
Well, I just want to ask, is everything okay with the agenda? Any adjustments? People need to make anything?
Good.
No? Okay. Rolling on.
item number 2, approval of minutes from the Sunshine Orange Task Force, October 5th, 2016 meeting.
Let's get a motion on the floor so we can get some.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Hinsey, second by Kanata. Okay, any adjustments, changes, anything? Members? Yes, Member Eldon.
Can I vote on this if I wasn't there?
Sure. Okay, let's get public comment on the minutes. Seeing no public comment is closed. Let's call a roll.
On the motion to approve the minutes, Barnetsky, absent. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Josh Wolf, absent. Copra, absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Fisher, absent. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, it's moving on.
Item number 3, file number 16062, complaint filed by Magic Altman against the Police Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.9, by failing to make supporting documents available 72 hours prior to the Police Commission June 22nd, 2016 meeting. This matter was heard by the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and it was referred up to the task force, and the task force did decide to conduct a hearing on the matter at the last month.
Oh, okay. So let's, we're going to have a full hearing on this?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let's have the complainant. You have 5 minutes to present.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for hearing our concerns. We are here because actions of the Police Commission have clearly violated the rights of the people to be fully informed of government business in a timely manner. Today is known as Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead. It is a time to honor those who have passed on, but it is painful to face the hard reality that the people killed by the police here in San Francisco and across this country are now among the ancestors. They should not have been torn from their families and community by the split-second decisions of the police that disregarded the sanctity of life. May we all hold this thought in our hearts and minds today as we deliberate. The community is involved not to merely discuss the minutiae about what exact time the material was available. As Board President London Breed recently stated, yes, we need to abide by the laws, but we need to be creative in interpreting them so the original intention is served. As fellow activist Susan Lamont recently stated, the many protests across the country against killings by law enforcement are part of the wildfire that can release seeds of a new culture around law enforcement. Politicians have learned well how to put out those fires through bureaucracy. It is our job to keep them lit. Having attended government meetings for over 25 years, I have always appreciated the respect for the public's rights to all pertinent information 72 hours preceding the actual meeting time. Without this window, it is virtually impossible to be well informed about the issues at hand. The use of force policies are a grave matter that can make the difference between life and death. The city attorney states that the changes reflected word choice, syntax, and organization, but do not introduce new concepts or ideas. No new ideas, true, but it was not just syntax. For example, the words shall and should are significant. Legally, shall is discretionary, and should is a mandatory order. Other language that was changed concerned the sanctity of life, the use of carotid holds, shooting at a moving vehicle, and that we want to hold the police to a higher standard than is stated in State Penal Code 835. It is also important to note that neither the city attorney or Sergeant Kilshaw made any mention of their duty to serve an informed public and expressed no intention to fulfill their duties to the public, completely ignoring the purpose of the task force to serve that end. Their concern is only to defend the actions of the commissioners who forced this action through. The city attorney further states this complaint is without merit and must be outright denied without hearing. The attorney references only Code 67.9, but in 67.7 it clearly states that at least 72 hours before a regular meeting, a policy body shall post an agenda containing a meaningful description of each item of business. A description is meaningful when it is sufficiently clear and efficient to alert a person of average intelligence, so they may be educated about the issues that could affect them on whether they want to attend the meeting or not. The public did not know about this document, so people like myself had been tracking the issue but did not know what was about to transpire. It also refers to explanatory documents that had provided the policy body in connection with an agenda item, and such documents shall be posted adjacent to the agenda. So also it states no action or discussion shall be undertaken unless they appear on the posted agenda. So now there was not only not sufficient notice, the commission had no right to proceed with the discussion and action that followed. This attempt to override the will and rights of the people makes one wonder if the commission thinks it knows better than the people. I am here today not to win a battle and defeat an enemy. I am here to stand for the rights of the people to be respected so that the commission and the community can work together to ensure that no more unnecessary deaths occur under our watch. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as a point of order, we took a vote on jurisdiction on this. Was this?
The committee made a determination of jurisdiction and referred it to the task force with the recommendation to approve jurisdiction.
Okay. So, but was an actual vote to...
Part of it is the recommendation of the committee. At the end of this, you would accept the recommendation of the committee to find that there is jurisdiction. This is new territory for us.
Okay. All right.
We can develop a procedure on how you want to handle that in the future, but I believe the recommendation is to find jurisdiction. If you'd like to vote on that.
I would think because we're having a full hearing on this, we're not just accepting a recommendation from a committee. I think it's important that we make sure we maintain some process. So we're going to accept your testimony, but we're going to take a step back and just vote on jurisdiction. I don't think there's going to be a problem with that because the committee already made a recommendation. But let's get a motion.
Motion to find jurisdiction.
Second.
So moved by Vice Chair Hyland, second by Member Hinsey. Any discussion, members, on jurisdiction? Public comment on jurisdiction. Member Wolf.
I guess public
Just
comment on jurisdiction. At the previous hearing, I alerted the fellow task force members that I know the complainant, and I'm not sure whether that needs to be reiterated at this point, but we do have a new audience or a new set of public, so I just wanted to reiterate that.
Do you feel it will bias your ability to perform your duties here today?
I do not.
Okay. Everybody okay with that? All right, fine. Public comment on the jurisdiction. Seeing no public comment, let's move for a roll call.
Can we adopt that without objection?
Yes. Any objections? Seeing no objection, item is passed by acclamation. Okay. Respondent, you have 5 minutes.
We just want to be sure that there's no supporters and.
Oh, right. Are there any witnesses or members of the public on behalf of
My name is
the-
Jackie Barshak.
Yes.
I'm a member of San Franciscans for Police Accountability, and I was in attendance at the Police Commission meeting on June 22nd. At that time, members of the public, including myself, urged in their public comment the police commissioners to delay any discussion and vote on the use of force policies because, as was mentioned, there was not sufficient notice to alert people to come to the police commission meeting and speak to the new use of force policies. And the police commissioners unanimously voted to neglect any concerns of members of the public. Also, an hour before the police commission meeting, Alan Schlosser of the ACLU called a huddle with some community members, and in attendance at that small meeting downstairs on the first floor was Victor Wong, a member of the police commission, and he stated, and I heard him because he was standing right next to me, that he had just received the newly issued use of force policy and had not had a chance to go through it. And he was dismayed by this as well. But when it came time to voting on it, Susie Loftus, the president of the commission, was so willing and seemingly had an agenda to really ram through the use of force policy that night, irregardless of concerns about issues of notice. As was said, that she was told that she was in violation of the administrative code. And these comments, the basis for my comments, can also be viewed on the Police Commission video by SF.gov for June 22nd, so that you have visual evidence of what I'm and the complainant are referring to. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public or witnesses to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant?
Good afternoon. My name is Adrienne Fong, and I'm with San Franciscans for Police Accountability. I was also present in this very room on June 22nd when the use of force version 3 was passed. And there were, I missed your early part of the meeting. I'm sorry, I had trouble getting through the long line of security downstairs. But I and other people were really surprised when we were looking at the versions and when Susie Loftus read in the colored highlighted versions of what was going to be passed. And then we discovered that even though like some of us had this yellow version, there was another yellow version with the same thing but different pages. So it made it difficult for some people in the public to follow it. But Rachel, the sergeant, did try to clarify where pages were and things like that. But one thing is Alan Schlosser and Jennifer Friedenbach from the Coalition of Homelessness, they were part of the stakeholders to also work on the use of force. And they were with us at the meeting, as what Jackie said. So some of the stakeholders were not aware that there was the version 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Okay, seeing none, respondent, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Kilshaw, and I'm a sergeant with the San Francisco Police Department. My current position is the Police Commission Secretary. What we'd like to say is that based on the plain reading of the text of the administrative codes we're talking about, there is no explicit requirement to provide supporting documentation of an agenda item 72 hours prior to the public meeting if it is unavailable. In our case, it was not available. The Commission's understanding is that the subcommittee agreed with that and did not find us in violation of not providing the supporting document 72 hours. But we do understand that you forwarded the Compliance and Amendments Committee recommended to the full task force to find jurisdiction and find that the Commission violated Administrative Code Section 67.9A by failing to post supporting document on the internet site, and this is quoting from what was provided to us, as soon as they became available. The Police Commission respectfully disagrees with the Compliance and Amendments Committee's recommendation. A plain reading of the Administrative Code 67.9A does not state that the Commission must post the supporting document on the internet site as soon as they become available. Rather, it reads that to the extent possible, such documents shall be made available through the policy body's internet. There is no language in the statute that states supporting documents be posted on the agency's internet site either prior to the meeting or as soon as they become available. Again, the statute states that the Commission should post the supporting documents to the extent possible, and these distinctions are significant. The Commission staff deferred to the general advice given by the City Attorney's Office and prioritized making hard copies of these documents so that they would be made available for the public at the start of the meeting. The Commission complied with the statute by posting the document at the earliest possible time it was able. Regarding the assertion that the changes in the versions of the policy were substantive or that the issues are significant or too important, while people are passionate about these ideas, and we understand that, they are irrelevant in the analysis of whether the Commission violated the statute. And lastly, as we proposed in our letter, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force member, Mr. Wolf, we are asking that he recuse himself for the reasons that we covered in our letter dated 10/21/16, so that the Commission receives a fair and impartial hearing and decision. Thank you.
Are there any witnesses or members of the public that want to provide or can provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, seeing none. Members, the item's with you. Member Kanata.
Yeah, at the committee meeting, we found a violation of 67.9A because the documents were in the finalized form that they had were ready to be at the latest at 4 p.m. to be ready to be brought over to the police commission meeting, which was starting at 5:30, and yet they did not put them up on the internet site at that point. And as the respondent just said, they decided they would just make hard copies to give out at the hearing. There was also a lot of discussion, as we had in prior meetings here, about the substantive changes of this document. And the document was a rather lengthy document on the use of force. It had many, many, many cross-outs from version 1.2 to version 3. And it was my feeling that a reasonable person reading that document would not have time to digest the changes because it didn't seem like it had changes for version 1, then for version 2. You had to figure out what was changed when. So that's why I voted for the violation.
So, Member Kanata, let me ask you this question then. In your discussions and the information was provided you at the hearing, at the committee hearing, so this document was not the first time that it was presented to the Police Commission for consideration?
I believe not.
So this was a updated, or it was edited, or
Yes,
it was an amended?
Right, and as the respondent said, this one was version 3, so it had been updated and amended a few times. But the final document that the Police Commission was going to discuss was finalized at no late, around 4 p.m. of that night, the same night of the meeting. And again, there were a lot of discussion on were the changes substantive, should it have been, should this discussion not have been happen at that meeting?
Okay, thank you. Microphone, please. Member Fisher.
Chair Wolf. So this question is really, and I'm just not, this is what I wrote down when I was looking at it this morning, and this question is more for DCA COLA. It's a question, not a statement. This seems to fall under one of those things where, wow, I wish the rule were different, but as much as I agree with the complainant in this case, I wrote down here, to the extent possible. I mean, in terms of per the statute and the California Code and our own Sunshine Ordinance, isn't the sergeant pretty much correct in this?
I mean, I think you're well within the chain. I think you're well within your right to find a violation if you feel that the supporting documents that had been changed or had been altered made it so that the agenda item description was no longer accurate.
Okay, so it's
I would look at it from that perspective.
I didn't even think
because
about that.
technically, from a plain reading of the law, it doesn't seem as if the supporting documents need to be posted online within 72 hours. It really doesn't. But that doesn't mean you can't find a violation under some other basis. If those supporting documents, they just need to be made available upon request prior to the meeting, or as soon as possible. And, in this case, if the documents that were provided drastically altered or in this case made the agenda item description misleading, I think that's a way to pursue a violation if you feel like there was some sort of a wrongdoing here.
Okay, because I was looking for one and I couldn't find one. Now I'll look into this.
So I also have a question for you, DCA COLA. If there's an item on the agenda and there is supporting documents that are needed in order to be able to for the item to move forward, and the item is not, and the documents are not available at all, but then they're presented within a very, very short period of time for which the only one party, and I would say almost not even maybe the deciding party, I'm not sure, has the privilege of seeing those documents before the public. Where does that kind of fall within the kind of the gravity of the kind of, what's the word I want to use? Where does it fall as far as the responsibility? Is it we know that the Open Meetings Act, the Brown Act, and our Sunshine Ordinance requires as much transparency as possible. So it kind of leans more to the public, I would think, in that kind of way.
I mean, I don't think there's any hard and fast rule there. If there was, it'd be in the code, or it'd be either in the Brown Act or the Sunshine Ordinance, and we don't have any clear rule that rules one way or the other on that. I think it's just a common sense thing in this instance. Let's find out, when did these parties request that they be provided a copy of this document or the supporting documents? Find out when those documents were actually available. Ask why they weren't available earlier, and see if you think it's if it's actually plausible, or if the task force feels that the reason why it wasn't available earlier wasn't a good reason, and then determine if you think that's a basis for a violation.
But
I think that's the best way to move forward here.
I guess what I'm getting at is, isn't the preponderance of these particular kind of laws is to provide as much access and as much transparency to the public as possible of the business of government, and that that's the goal of FOIA, of the PRA, and of Sunshine, is to provide as much access to the public as possible. So if documents were being withheld for a meeting that were pertinent to an item that was happening in the meeting, and the public was not afforded equal time to be able to have access and to be able to be well informed, wouldn't there be an imbalance under this particular section of the law?
I mean, affording the public a benefit of the doubt and then applying that as a blanket rule to every circumstance, I just don't think is a way to go. As I said earlier, I would find out why these supporting documents weren't available earlier, and see if you think it was the reason that they weren't available earlier is a reasonable excuse as to why, or if you don't think that there was any wrongdoing or delay in providing these documents, then I don't really know where you go from there.
Okay, I'm going to make I contend that I think that the law tends to lean towards the public having as much and more access as possible, and and as far as my sense of this is that whether it's a disclosure of documents or having access to a meeting or what have you, that the gravity leans more towards the public than it does on the government side to make that responsibility. It's more on the government side to make more transparency and more access for the public in that kind of way. And I think that's kind of the spirit of what these laws are all about. In order to do that, but that's just me. That's just my own opinion. Anybody else? You got any questions for respondent or the complainant on this matter? Member testify.
I have a question for the complainant. I know that we've been discussing the substantive changes in the supporting documents. Can you give us any more details on how the substantive changes might have prevented the current agenda from, or the way the agenda was written, from matching up with what the document said? I guess the point I'm trying to get to is, I know the agenda needs to be provided 72 hours in advance, and so I'm wondering if the substantive changes prevented the agenda from being accurate anymore.
Absolutely. And I want to say that this is the third time I've implored this committee to look at 67.7. It is not just 67.9. And that, they were very serious substantive changes about the carotid hold, which can be a life or death situation, about the word shall or should, which changes an order to discretionary. I mean, these are serious matters. And also that we want to supersede and make a higher standard in San Francisco than the state penal code 835. Is that what you were asking,
Well, my
ma'am?
question is, what was written in, I'm asking about what was written in the agenda as to what the item that was going to be voted for. So
It said a new version 3, and nobody got those documents until the meeting.
So the agenda that was published 72 hours in advance
Did not state that.
Okay.
And there were some members of the commission that knew about this document beforehand, and some members like Victor Young and Victor Wong, I'm sorry, and other members did not see it at all. So that also created an imbalance within the commission itself besides the public's information. So I do hope, especially Ms. Fisher, if you would look at 67.7 and not just 67.9. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I actually agree with the complainant that 67.7 actually speaks much better to the issues of this particular case. In 67.7b, in the middle, it says, it shall refer to any explanatory documents that have been provided to the policy body in, and this is, it is the agenda and the description. Shall refer to any explanatory documents that have been provided to the policy body in connection with an agenda item, such as a correspondence or reports. And such documents shall be posted adjacent to the agenda, or if such documents are more than 1 page in length, made available for public inspection and copying at a location indicated on the agenda during normal office hours. This is kind of in sequence or et sequitur, so if you got to go to the presiding paragraph, which is the previous one, which specifies when the agenda should be posted, and that's 72 hours in advance. So I would contend that the 67.7 actually, I think, speaks better to the issues here. But in addition to 67.9, because I think some of 67.9 also are applicable. 67.9 is actually really important because, and I have some direct experience with this in a previous case with the task force some years ago, because this is real. 67.9 is how and when those documents arrive. Do they arrive before the meeting, but after an agenda has been posted? Do they arrive during a meeting, but before the item has been called to the floor? Or did the documents delivered at the time after the item had already been called? So there are 3 different scenarios here, and there's actual law on what's supposed to happen for each one of those, and that would be listed in 67.9. I'm sorry, Sergeant Kilshaw? Thank you.
Would you like me to read the agenda item title from that meeting?
Sure.
The title reads, item number 3, discussion and action to approve Department General Order 501, use of force draft policy for the department to use in meeting and conferring with the San Francisco Police Officers Association and Department of Human Resources.
Okay.
Explanatory.
This is the agenda posted on their website.
That was 3 days.
Yes.
Okay, yes, Sergeant Kilshaw. So does the agenda item description accurately reflect the discussion that was going to happen based upon this document that is in question here?
Yes.
Okay. And it was that policy matter?
I'm sorry, what was a policy matter? Was it being...
Was the action around this item, is that would it become policy of the police department?
Not after that vote, no. It was a vote to move forward. It was not a vote for adoption. It was a vote to move forward to the meet and confer. Anything that came out of the meet and confer, which is still happening, would have to then come back before the commission for a vote for final adoption.
Can you explain what meet and confer is, please?
Yes. So I don't know all of the laws.
Just
but
the basics so we have an understanding.
So
of things.
under some laws in California and under San Francisco laws, members of unions have the Police Officers Association represents us. Members have have rights to things, to bargain for things such as training, safety, pay, benefits, to have anything that affects those types of things move forward through the city's negotiation, through the Department of Human Resources to negotiate with the union, representing the union members who are affected by any changes of those. So this was not a policy for final adoption, which is why it's listed in the agenda item that it was just moving forward for the meet and confer process.
Okay, and so I imagine this document obviously had gone through a number of different revisions.
Yes.
So it wasn't necessarily, part of work product. It was actually in play. It was actually an item that was officially introduced to the commission as an action item, and then was, continued to another time to add amendments to it. Were there votes or action items to amend it specifically in previous meetings?
Gosh, I don't recall that. What I do recall is just a little history. There was, as was mentioned, a stakeholder group that was identified by the commission to work on drafting a policy to bring forward to the commission for these various
Let me
steps.
shorten this up. Did the commission see version 1?
Yes.
Did the commission see version 2?
Yes.
Okay. So this was in play. They saw it during a meeting.
It was given to them prior to the meeting.
Version 1 and version 2?
Version 1, version 2, version 2A, version 3.
Okay. And could they make a decision without the document?
No.
Okay. So obviously my question here is, do you think let me ask you this. Did any of the members of the commission see the document before the meeting?
Yes.
How many?
I don't know. It was emailed to them at 4 o'clock.
Okay. So some commission members saw it before the meeting. Did any members of the public see it before the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this. So prior to 2 hours, let's say that's what we're talking about here, 2 hours before the meeting?
We got here to this room at around 4:30. We put out the 50 copies here, so an hour before the meeting.
An hour before the meeting. And so
It was provided to us about an hour and a half before the meeting.
And did any commissioners get to see it prior to that hour?
It was emailed to them at 4 o'clock. Whether they saw it or not, I can't answer that. But I emailed it to them at 4.
Was it posted on your website at 4 o'clock?
It was not.
Okay, thank you. Member Wolf.
What is the process to post something on the website to update to version 3, the document we were just talking about?
Well, if you want me to say what we did for version 3, I can tell you.
No, I'm asking what is the process? So in this case, version 3 was the document that was sent out by email at 4 o'clock.
Correct.
What is the process to have taken that document or any other document and put it up on the website attached to the agenda?
I don't know. I don't provide that. I don't do that function in the office. My colleague does that. So the actual mechanics of it, I don't know.
Am I correct in understanding when you spoke earlier that you basically said that you're constrained by the extent possible?
Yes.
So in essence, you're arguing that you didn't do it because it wasn't possible. Is that a fair assessment?
I'm saying that we left the office at around 4 o'clock. I emailed it out. My colleague was making copies, and we left in order to get here on time. So that to the extent possible, we posted it when we could, which was 9 o'clock the next morning, and had copies here for the public, based on the advice of our city attorney.
Great. Thank you.
Vice Chair Harlan.
Through the chair. Following Member Wolf's question, what's the name of the person that posts stuff to your website? Your assistant?
It's either Risa Tom or the webmaster who I don't know who it is now. It's just a change of person. So it's a new officer. So
So-
it's either one of those two people.
Okay, Risa, you said?
It's Risa or
Risa,
an off.
okay.
Risa?
Risa.
R.
All right. Okay. And was
or
she
an
part of
officer.
your team who was assembling the hard
Yes.
copies and everything?
Yes.
Okay, so she was there in the office, and there was someone there that could have posted. That's all I'm trying to establish. Thank you.
Anything else?
I just want to make a comment. Are we ready for discussion? Or when we're done with questions?
You mean deliberate? You want deliberation on it? So if we're all done with questions, then we're going to ask for rebuttal, okay? And then when we get a motion on the floor, then we can have some discussion about the motion and that kind of thing, okay? All right, anything else, folks? Thank you. Okay, let's move to rebuttals. You can stay right there. Sergeant Kilshaw, we're going to move to rebuttals, and you go first. Do you have any? No rebuttal. Okay. Complainant, you have.
Just so the committee knows, she has a meeting next door that begins very shortly, and Sergeant Kilshaw needs to depart to get ready for that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, so I think it's clear that it could have been posted by her assistant to the public at that time, although that still doesn't abide by the 72-hour rule. And also it says that this must be done unless there's an emergency, and there was no emergency. And so they actually pushed something through. There was no reason at all, except what we can feel is that our rights were being ignored for this to come on the agenda and be pushed through and voted on with discussion and action to move this forward. And it was unanimously passed. So I think it's very important that we really look at 67.7. I appreciate what Chair Wolf said about that, because that is where it states that all the information has to be attached to the agenda 72 hours. There's no reason why it couldn't have happened the following week. There was no emergency. And they rushed it through to get something done, overriding our rights. And I think that's obvious and clear to the public. Thank you.
Okay. Motion? Well, we have a recommendation. Recommendation is to find from the Compliance and Amendments Committee who heard the matter to find a violation of Section 67.9A for failing to post supporting documents as soon as they became available. Please, let us go through our process. I appreciate that. Okay, is there a motion? Vice Chair Highland?
Can we approve the motion but also add to it?
Absolutely. Make the motion with whatever you want in it. We could also amend the motion as we have discussion if something comes up and arises. So very fluid on this as far as parliamentary procedure. So.
I mean, I agree with the motion for 67.9A. For 67, I guess in my mind the question is, is it ever possible for an agenda item to have new documents that should be made available to the public be available after the 72 hours, but yet that item be heard? And I know Victor read the agenda item. I didn't gather whether that agenda item was reasonable enough in that it didn't mention that changes were being worked on. And these changes were being worked on for a period of time, it seems. So I would like discussion on this because I'm not sure on 67A. I think on 67, I think we could go there, but
67.7, you mean? Okay.
No, 67.7, excuse me.
Anybody? Well, do you feel, so let me ask you a question. Do you feel that the agenda item description does not match the discussion or the document that was brought in?
I think that if that if it was known that these changes were being worked on, I feel it should have been mentioned in the item so that people would understand that the document that they might have had, version 2, version 2A, was not the document that was going to be discussed at the meeting.
So did you, when you had the discussion at the committee, was there any evidence that presented to you that version 3 was so different that it changed the description in the agenda item? Or the agenda, was it substantive in that way?
And the changes are in the document, and if you go through that document, it's a very large document, there's tons of cross-outs, and it comes to the point of, as we've discussed before, the decision on whether changes are substantive are the body's decision that's hearing the issue. So I don't know if that was ever discussed at that police commission hearing. For myself, I think the changes were very substantive because in an hour or a half hour before the meeting, when you get this document and you're trying to go through it, I didn't think a reasonable person could have understood all the changes in that time.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Vice Chair Hyland and Member Joshua.
Just to reread the agenda again for members who didn't catch the first time. Item 3, discussion and action to approve the Department General Order 5.01, use of force draft policy for the department to use in meeting and conferring with the San Francisco Police Officers Association and Department of Human Resources, bracket, action, close bracket. So I would think a reasonable reading of that would be the draft that was last available. That was not what was discussed. Pretty black and white there.
Member Josh Wolf.
So the fact that it's 72 hours before the meeting, the public or the members of the police commission could have logged on to the website, looked at the agenda, seen this particular document, and then gone through about their day up until 4 p.m. under the working knowledge that they were voting on this other document seems significantly problematic to me. This is a little different than any of the changes that we've dealt with in other cases because, to me, I don't completely understand why the commission itself didn't deal with the fact that they conceivably hadn't had any real time to review this document. That's not within our purview, though. As far as how the public goes, I think that if there hadn't been a document or it said draft or proposed or something like that, then there'd be more of a case. But at 72 hours, there was this draft that the public or anyone else would assume was exactly what was going to be introduced for discussion to change in the meeting. That would be perceived to be the starting point of the discussion at the meeting.
Member testify.
Just for some information on how I feel like I'm going, I looking at the agenda item, I don't really see a violation there. I think that the agenda item, the action is to approve something, and if the actual document, if the action that they took was to not approve something, or the document that they were approving wasn't the use of force policy, then I would maybe be but I think that unfortunately for the complainant, I think that the agenda is pretty vaguely written. As for with 67.9, that's where most of my concerns occur. I think that under 67.9, at the point that the document could be circulated to the other commissioners via email, it should have also been web published. If web publishing was not available, I think that the new version of the document needed to drop on the table before it was circulated to the commissioners for viewing. That's where I'm going on that. more of my concern is that, it was circulated to all of the commissioners before the public had a viewing of it. I think, and the better process would have been place the document on the table and then email it out simultaneously or a few moments after, or web publish the document and then send a courtesy note to the commissioners saying the latest version has been web published and you can find it here, or even emailing it to them if maybe they wouldn't be able to access the link.
Through the chair.
Vice Chair Howland.
I'm prepared to make maybe a split motion. So the first motion is find a violation of 67(9)(a), as recommended by the subcommittee, and the second one is to find a violation of 67(7), and maybe take separate votes on those.
Okay, so let's do the first motion. This would be motion to find violation of 67.9A. It's moved by Vice Chair Hyland. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Tesfaye. Okay, so now let's discuss the merits of that particular section. Is there any further discussion? Member Canada.
The only thing I have to say on it is that they took the time to print 50 documents, very lengthy documents. While the documents were being printed, somebody could have put it up on the website. So I think they just decided they weren't going to do it.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, I think
Member
that's,
Fisher?
I mean, all due respect, I think that's kind of a specious argument because there's different people that print documents. There's different people that post. We don't know who posts. There's probably only, a very small number of people that have access to WordPress or Nation Builder or whatever the heck they're using, to do this on. So that's apples and oranges, in my opinion.
Member Josh Wolf.
This is just a super. I don't know why we're looking at 67.9 subsection A and then 67.7 without a specific subsection. It seems like both can either be addressed in the broad, or 67.7 also has subsections that we could name if we wanted to take that approach.
When that motion comes to the floor, we can discuss which sections and make amendments to the motion. Okay. Member Tesfaye.
And this is more in response to Member Fisher, and I totally understand that, web publishing could be a technical function, and someone who's printing, they might not have that expertise, but then there's always the option to hold the item until the next meeting if you do end up in that kind of a mess. So.
Or have a special meeting if there's such a time
Emergency.
constraint. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Vice Chair
Through the
Hyland.
chair, that's one of the things that came up at the subcommittee is why not just hold off on this? I mean, again, it was a hot item at the time, and there's argument on both sides, but, technically they could have probably put this off to the following week or had a special meeting, as you said.
And I think we've heard testimony that this wasn't an emergency item. There wasn't, or even, it's urgent in its subject and its content, but not necessarily urgent in time. So, okay. Is that it? Should we? Yes.
Yeah, through the chair. What I was proposing to do is make the motion on both parts, and then maybe have public comment on all of it, and then vote, or how do
You would have to have combined them both together. So if you want to make an amendment to include 67.7, you could do that now. We'll vote on it and then have further discussion.
Well, I was trying to limit the discussion at this point.
Well,
Basically,
just by parliamentary procedure alone, if you want to expedite, the way to expedite is to move to amend this motion to include whatever you want. We'll vote on it, have discussion, take a vote on the amendment. Then, if it's approved, then the original motion will change to include that. Then we can continue and have just one public comment for the whole thing.
All right.
Or just one motion on the floor.
Yeah.
Just put it that way.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make it efficient, have just one motion.
However you want to do it.
All right.
One motion, two motions, it's up to you, but let's move this along.
All right.
How do you want to do it?
So it would be 67.9A and 67.7A.
Okay, so There's Vice Chair Hyland has moved to amend the original motion to include 67.7A. Is there a second?
To vote separately, though. Am I not?
No, that's not the way it works.
Okay,
If you're going to amend it, then it all comes together as one motion. It gets voted together.
Okay, then I rescind that.
Okay,
so
fine.
We're back to where we were.
Okay. No, any further discussion on the original motion? This would be for 67.9A. Okay, seeing none. Public comment, please.
I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We're not associated with this, and I wasn't familiar with this matter before, but I'm
Please don't hold the microphone.
I'm glad about the discussion, and I think you've got some very important issues here. If you're doing just the 67.9A, I think you should keep in mind that this ordinance was written last updated in '99, and at that time the web was somewhat new, and I think the issue of to the extent possible was a consideration that not everybody had knowledgeable access to the web and so on. I think by this time, nearly 20 years later, I don't think that to the extent possible means, gee, we don't know how to do it, or we haven't set it up, or we don't have anybody knowledgeable who can help us put it up on this brand new thing called the web. What I would like to know with respect to both of these is I think it's important. Explanatory documents are required to be listed, and I haven't heard on the agenda whether there was listed any explanatory document, because if there were explanatory documents, they should have been listed, and presumably whether or not they were listed, there was an item referenced. If that item was then suddenly an hour and a half before the meeting switched out and a new one substituted, this would constitute what a friend of mine used to call a switcheroony. The switcheroony enables the commission, whether it wants to or not, to totally blindside folks. I have experienced where there's a reference, for example, to let's approve a budget or a set of minutes, and then on no notice or very little notice, the document changes. And I think that that is a switcheroony that would mean meaningful discussion would not really be possible, certainly not meaningful discussion with the public participating. So I think the question of explanatory documents and what was referred, whether there was what you might call a switch or a switcheroony, if you like, is important here, and particularly in 67.7, where I would recommend you add or make a separate motion for B, because the chair has pointed out something that this applies to, I think, in a very strong way. So I would support both of the proposed motions. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none. Members, any last thoughts on this item? Okay, let's move to a vote. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
One no.
Fisher, no. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair, Member Baranetsky.
Aye.
Baranetsky, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay. Do you wish to make another motion?
Second motion, 67.7A.
Okay, there's a motion to find a violation of 67.7A. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Member Josh Wolf. Okay. Well, is there any discussion on that matter? Is Member Eldon?
Could you re-summarize the explanation for 7A?
That refer to the 72 hours provision. In other words, even though the agenda mentioned it, I think the fact that the document that was available 72 hours before was no longer the document that was actually at the meeting. In fact, we've had many occasions in this committee not to include something, not to agendize something because the information came in too late. We push it back to later meetings. I think that's what should have happened.
Member Moss.
So if I remember from committee on this, it was this particular issue is one of the reasons we wanted to have a full hearing of the committee or of the task force. And one of the questions I had at the time is that if we came to the decision that is currently on the table, whether that would have a citywide impact for boards and commissions in that, as far as what the practice is now, are people looking at things where they agendize an item like, are they going to be looking at a letter? Are they going to be looking at a rule? And when does that rule come in? Does that rule come in right before? And is that okay? If we made that decision saying, no, it's not okay, if that's going to have just a huge impact and felt like it required a larger decision on that. And I'm not necessarily sure what the current state of play is for, the hundreds of commissions that are out there. But I do feel like it's a very serious one. And I am concerned about, if the rules are that they can introduce something, we're going to do a draft policy and, going into the meeting, the policy is everyone loves it. And then the one they actually admit, introduce, minute before is a wholly different thing. And we didn't really go in this meeting to discuss, the individual changes between the two drafts. But I'm not urging a position or a vote on this. I'm just sort of trying to contextualize why I felt like this was of such import for a full committee.
Okay. I'd like to move an amendment to include 67.7B. Which I think is inclusive of the context of the discussion here because it discusses any explanatory documents. And the explanatory document that is outside of the agenda is this document, this policy draft in question. And that I think the member of the public who spoke on the last motion said it correctly that it should have been at least listed as to what the document exactly is, what version it is, and what the name of the document is, so on and so forth, because the agenda item is not that explicit on what it is. So I would put that out there.
Maker of the motion approves.
I would vote against that motion only because I agree with a finding under 67.7B, but not A. So I would like to be able to vote on 67.7B, which is what you're bringing up, but not A.
So you want it as a replacement? You want to replace the...
I would like to replace it. I don't know if others feel that way, but I at least have them split up as two different findings, because I do not agree. I would not be voting for a finding of violation on 67.7A. Okay,
because the agenda was posted in 72 hours.
It was posted in 72 hours, and technically the agenda item that was listed is what they voted on because it was vague.
Okay.
Which is why I would go with 67.7B.
Gotcha. Actually, I'd like to amend my original motion to 67.7B only.
Okay. Great. Does the second...
I'll second that.
Wait, who did?
I second it.
You say, does the seconder agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to find a violation of 67.7B. Okay? All right. Any other discussion before I call public comment? Seeing none. Public comment. We'll get the process right, folks.
I think we're the right place.
He's not public.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm not supposed to. Oh, okay.
You're not public. Sorry. You're a complainant. Public complainant. Okay. Public comment, please.
Peter Warfield again, speaking as an individual. I'm very glad that you're doing this. I appreciate very much the discussion. I think Member Moss and others recognize what this entails. And I think it will be very significant because I have in my realm seen documents that are actually dated the day of a meeting. And I think that sometimes there is actually collusion where the document is purposely held back so that the public cannot meaningfully participate because the document isn't part of what was supposedly available at the time of the posting of the agenda. So the vagueness of what document are we referring to, the lateness of its presentation, the fact that in this case particularly there was a prior document which evidently was publicly known and which people would be likely, presumably, to be familiar with, I think adds to the exclusion of the public particularly, and for that matter, the members of the commission having a meaningful consideration and a fair notice of what is being provided. So I think, as I said previously, I think 67.7B is a very worthwhile thing to draw attention to and to find a violation on, particularly in this case. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none. Any last words, folks? Okay.
Can I make one last word? And it's
Member
in response to Member Moss. There are some circumstances when policy bodies need to, there are exigent circumstances and they need to make changes even from the dais in front of everyone. In a circumstance like that, you can have it posted for an hour and then take a vote if you cannot be held. So if you're worried about a rippling effect, there are certain steps that can be taken to give proper notice in emergency circumstances when an action needs to be taken. That would still be okay.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that outside of emergency is how substantive would the introduction of the new information be to the discussion or the item on the floor. And because this was a continue item, how drastically would that have changed it? So I think that there was the discussion and the testimony has brought that to light at this point. Okay. Any other? Seeing none, call roll, please.
On that motion, Member Josh Wolf. It's on the motion to find a violation of 67.7B, as in boy.
I'll read it. The description is meaningful.
I see it.
Do you see it? Okay.
I got it.
Got it.
Did we already vote on that?
Are we ready? Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Member Baranetsky.
Aye.
Baranetsky, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, at this time, we'll call general public. What?
Just to be sure, I wanted to be sure that, is there any recommendation for any additional referrals, or is this?
I don't think so. There's no compliance to be met here at this point.
Thank you. I just wanted.
Yeah, sure. Okay, let's have general public comment. Please call that item.
Item number 5, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
I'd just like to say that I think the Sunshine Task Force is an amazing institution in our government. It's the only one that is only here to serve the people's concern about being made aware of our government's actions. And I personally would like to help somehow get more people to know about this so we could fill this room and people would realize what you're doing in the public's interest, because it's very unique, and I appreciate your concern, your deliberation, and your willingness to spend this much time with the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'd certainly second what the previous speaker said. I think it would be great if you were to have video recordings of your meetings and have them on all of the places where other City Hall meetings are available online through video. At this time, I want to particularly say that I'm concerned with delays in having hearings. We have filed at least one complaint several months ago and haven't heard yet what the status of it is. It seems there's a backlog, and I think it would be useful to not only perhaps give folks some sense of when they'll have a hearing or what range of time they might have a hearing, but to work towards reducing or eliminating the backlog. You do have a statutory requirement in Section 67 point, I believe, 21, at least in some of the complaints, to render a decision within 45 days. And I think that that's a worthwhile goal to work towards. Currently, your body has unfortunately been in wholesale violation of that clause of the Sunshine Ordinance. I understand there are historic reasons, but I think this is a good group to speed it up, not in terms of speeding up, make people talk faster, but cutting back and eliminating your backlog so that you can meet the statutory requirement. And as I believe in law, it's said, justice delayed is justice denied. Thanks.
Any other public comment?
So I would really like to commend this task force, and I think that it sends a very loud message to the police commission that they cannot roll over members of the public who have an interest in their decision-making policies. And hopefully it will be precedent setting, and that it will have an effect on other bodies within city government. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. What? Oh, we want to take a break. Okay. People want to take about a 5-minute, 10-minute break at this time, or do you want to keep forging on? Keep going? Okay.
Keep going, yeah.
All right. Let's call the next item.
Item number 4. File number 15162, complaint filed by the Library Users Association against Deputy City Librarian Michael Lambert and City Librarian Luis Herrera, San Francisco Public Library, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 and 67.22 for failure to respond to a public records request in a timely and or adequate manner, and discouraging staff from providing oral responses in regard to bibliocommons.
Okay. I'd like to hear from the Compliance and Amendments Committee about what the status is on this item.
I believe we heard this item and found no violation, but decided that it should come up here for a full hearing. And
Okay. Was there any motion or action taken?
May I provide a quick summary? This was forwarded to the full task force for a hearing, I believe, on September 7, 2016. There was a motion on the table. It did not pass. And at that time, we should have taken another motion to adopt the complaint committee's recommendation, or to provide a positive motion instead of a negative motion, which we will no longer do negative motions, as it is very confusing. And so in the effort of saving time, we decided to provide a hearing on this matter in order to resolve it quickly, as it has been pending for quite a while.
So one of the reasons why we do this is because we have a procedure for reconsideration. So if we don't take a motion on something and the item dies, either party is not afforded the opportunity to have the item reconsidered because there's no decision. So if we're going to find no violation, then we should make a motion and take action to not find violation and not just leave the item hanging in the air. Lots of times that could be considered that it's continued in some parliamentary venues. So moving forward, I will, if it doesn't seem like there's a motion on the floor, I'm going to encourage that there be a motion for finding no violation. That way, the public and anybody who's party to this has the opportunity to exercise the reconsideration process. Okay. With that, this item had already been. Have we already heard this item?
We have not.
We have not. Okay. So then we're going to hear this item de novo, and we'll through a regular process, and that's it. Okay. So respondent.
Jurisdiction.
Oh, jurisdiction. Let's do that first. Need a motion to find jurisdiction.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Hyland, second by Member Hinsey. Any discussion on jurisdiction? Seeing none. Public comment on jurisdiction? Seeing none. Can we take this without objection? Seeing no objections, the item is passed. Let's move into the hearing process. The respondent has 5 minutes. I'm sorry, the complainant has 5 minutes.
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. The material in your packet is rather confusing. I hope that you have had a chance to read the letter that we sent for this meeting dated October 26th, which is in your packet, page 172. We first filed this complaint a year ago and are now hearing it for the first time as an actual hearing. Let me give you the story from basically the beginning. We were interested and concerned with a new catalog that the library was installing, Bibliocommons, which included some social media features. There were quite a lot of issues. We were told there was no documentation available, for example, manuals. So we had to basically learn what we could as quick as we could, largely from requesting documents. In March of 2015, I spoke quite nicely and usefully with the library's head of cataloging about issues that I had with respect to cataloging questions. It might have been March, I'm sorry, it might have been February, but in March, when I called a second time, there was a complete about-face. The person that I spoke with said they couldn't speak to me and had to refer all information requests, any discussion about Bibliocommons had to go to one particular person, which was Laura Lent, who was, as I understand it, functioning as the project implementation manager. This project involved cataloging, it involved the webmaster, it involved a range of issues, and I can tell you that the complexity of the product was such that the library didn't install it, although it paid on the order of $500,000 for this, didn't install it for a year after acquiring it. There were thousands of hours that folks had to go to meetings and discuss and figure out how it was working and how it would be implemented and so on. So naturally, we were interested as basically people concerned with what's going on and trying to learn what we could. So the second time in March that I called the head of cataloging, she said she couldn't talk. Everything had to go to Laura Lent. Subsequently, I called her back and I said, I understand you don't want to talk about Bibliocommons, but I'd like to ask you why or for what reason or in what way what's the reason you won't talk to me? How did you understand what apparently the library's policy was? She said she had gotten a memo. So, April 10th, I sent the memo that you see in ML1 of 4, your page 178. I sent that to the city librarian. I said, it appears the library has put in place instructions to some or all of library staff members stating that Laura Lent is to be the only person who will talk in detail about Bibliocommons with either me or the public or some combination thereof. There are also apparently time limits in place, 15 minutes per day with Laura Lent only. Library Users Association would like to inspect any documents that are related to such policies/practices affecting our obtaining information about Bibliocommons, including but not limited to communications among senior management since November 2014. We're asking here for policies, practices that are specific to the library. For example, communication from management to city attorney, and not those that apply generally or citywide, for example, the Sunshine Ordinance. In response, we got from Sue Blackman, the Library Commission Secretary, the material that you see on ML2, 3, and 4 of 4. And that was a series of documents which talked about limitations and who would be set up as the primary contact and so on. I was never given those documents until I requested them at this point. And there are many problems with these documents if you look at this as a sequence, and they all have to do with no access and not access that I believe I'm entitled to, which is when I know who I want to talk with, I should be able to talk with that person. Thank you.
Are there any witnesses or members of the public provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Seeing none, respondent, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force members. Thank you for providing me this opportunity to respond. Member Wolf, I really appreciate your comments earlier about the procedural matter of making a motion to approve or not move forward with taking a stance. This is actually the third time I've been before this body, and while it may be the first time that this specific complaint has been heard, it's essentially a repeat of the complaint 15081 that was heard over a year ago. But to the facts at hand, the library has repeatedly made our best good faith efforts to satisfy Mr. Warfield's request for information. San Francisco Public Library staff have repeatedly availed themselves on numerous occasions to Mr. Warfield over several months on his request for information about Bibliocommons. So the access to SFPL staff has run the gamut from frontline personnel at the main library to staff at the Park Branch to senior managers and library administrators in the organization. These interactions have involved both impromptu and scheduled meetings with various staff members. I would add that not all interactions with Mr. Warfield have been logged, but we're talking about countless hours of staff time. I would say beginning in January of 2015, our Chief of Community Programs and Partnerships spent approximately 1 hour with Mr. Warfield showing him features in Bibliocommons, including how to review a title, how to place a title on hold, how to place a title on the to read later shelf. During this meeting, Ms. Jeffers invited Mr. Warfield into her office and demonstrated the process for logging into Bibliocommons. Approximately 1 month later, Mr. Warfield again made an impromptu visit with Ms. Jeffers. She again invited him into her office and showed him some of the same steps again. She also discussed various privacy settings, how that could be set up on an account. She spent approximately 30 minutes with Mr. Warfield during this visit. During the same time period, other impromptu requests for information included telephone conversations with staff from multiple divisions, including Collections and Technical Services Manager Shelley Cocking and the Chief of Collections and Technical Services, Laura Lent, who's here today, our Web Services Manager, Joan Lefkowitz, and myself. So moving into February, Laura Lent, our Chief of Collections and Technical Services, met with Mr. Warfield for over 1 hour on February 20th to provide access to the BiblioCommons Partner Portal. This is a password-protected site for customers engaged in implementations of this product. So large batches of information were subsequently supplied as responsive documents for his follow-up request. So given the management team's cumulative interactions over the course of several weeks, we did seek guidance from the Office of the City Attorney regarding the level of responsiveness required for immediate requests for information and staff attention, specifically define limits on what's considered reasonable given our finite staff capacity. The Deputy City Attorney guidance included up to 2 hours a week in 15-minute increments, and the recommendations to funnel requests to a point person with designated backups. We delegated this responsibility to Laura Lent as the single point of accountability with the greatest level of expertise with BiblioCommons. I was designated as a backup, as well as our Web Services Manager, Joan Lefkowitz. On March 25th, Laura Lent spent 1 hour with Mr. Warfield. On April 16th, Mr. Warfield viewed a webinar in my office. So to date, every member of the public, including Mr. Warfield, have had full access to all public services staff during normal hours of operation throughout this entire time period to assist them with the new interface. So this includes staff at every location, including the Park branch, which has provided user support to Mr. Warfield. He attended a training on April 22nd in which he was the only attendee. He had the undivided attention of the instructor, who was the assistant chief of the main library at that time. We followed up to provide him with a PowerPoint presentation after that 1 hour session. We accommodated his request for a demonstration of the search functionality on Friday, September 18th, and this was followed up with another scheduled meeting on Friday, October 2nd of 2015. That was a 30-minute meeting with myself and Shelley Cocking. There's been no limitation of his access to our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any members or witnesses on behalf of the respondent provide any additional facts or evidence?
I'd like to say a few words because I did feel that in the complaint that that my actions were mischaracterized, and I wanted to clarify that in complaint 15081, which this was based on. Mr. Warfield said that I, told him to contact me at certain times. And actually what I said was that there are certain times and days when I'm most likely to be at my desk and least likely to be in meetings. But, I didn't say I would necessarily be able to answer the phone at that time. And, I was trying to be helpful as he relies on a landline and he's usually, out of the house for a significant portion of the day. So I said, these are the best times to try to reach me. And he could have expedited our conversations by suggesting certain times, and I could have, called him back and said, yeah, I can meet you at this certain time or talk to you at this certain time. And during the same, week that he's professing he tried to call me 3 times and couldn't reach me, we had an hour-long meeting on March 26th, which is one of the same days that, he complained he couldn't reach me later by phone. So I don't know. I just feel that my availability has been mischaracterized. And all of this was taking place in the context of many requests for information being filed and responded to with, some of them. I remember one request required something like 300 screenshots in a response, and me and my staff were, trying to answer them as quickly as possible. So I would, just like that to take it into account. And I was completely willing to, refer him to my staff if there were questions that I couldn't answer that came up in our meetings and conversations. And at no point during this, time period for which he's making these allegations did that need come up. But I could have set up a conversation for him with Shelley Cocking if another conversation had been necessary based on, what he was asking me. So, thank you.
Are there any others on behalf of the respondent provide facts and evidence? Okay, seeing none. Members, it's with you, Vice Chair Hyland.
Was it Mr. Lambert? Was that his name? Yes. If you could approach.
Yes, sir.
Is there a memo that...
a memo?
I can finish the question if you like. Is there a memo that discourages members of staff talking to Mr. Warfield?
No, there was no staff memo. There may have been communication between our Library Commission Secretary and the Office of the City Attorney requesting guidance, which we utilize that approach from the Deputy City Attorney assigned to the library.
Okay, but there's no memo discouraging communications with Mr. Warfield. There's no memo, or there's no instructions by you or anybody else to your staff saying that people cannot talk to Mr. Warfield.
No, I don't recall ever saying nobody can talk to Mr. Warfield.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. Mr. Lambert, is there a system-wide policy on communications with the public by staff?
I would say I don't think it's codified, but our practice is to rely on our Library Commission Secretary, who duels as our custodian of records, for funneling most public information requests or immediate disclosure requests through Sue, and then she coordinates that with the appropriate staff members in the organization.
So are staff available? I mean, let me put it a little differently, because sunshine requests if we're talking about a sunshine request, come in different forms and as directed. They could be directed to a specific person, or they could be of general nature for the whole library. And in most cases, in our experience, when it's general, and it goes to whoever your public information officer is or whoever's designated for that, and we'll do all the work of collection, that kind of thing, to provide a response. But in other cases, it could be specific to a particular person. Are there any written, verbal, any policies that you have that everybody knows about in the library with regards to how much time should be spent with a member of the public if they are accessed directly to provide information?
I would say, generally speaking, our staff spends as much time as is required to provide good customer service to a member of the public that is seeking information. In this particular instance, because of the voluminous request and because of the limited number of staff members with high levels of subject matter expertise in this application, particularly with access to this password-protected portal, that influenced our thinking about how to best satisfy Mr. Warfield's needs for information.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Warfield. So I've read your letter, but I'm still unclear as to what the actual request is. So reading through the file here, I came to page 179, our page number 179, which is an email from you on April 10th that says, it appears that the library has put into place instructions to some or all library staff members stating that Laura Lent is to be the only one person who will talk in detail about Bibliocommons with either me or the public or some combination thereof. There are also apparently time limits in place, 15 minutes per day with Laura Lent only. Further, Library Users Association would like to inspect any documents that are related to such policies, practices affecting our obtaining information about Bibliocommons, including but not limited to, and it goes on and on with that in that same vein. Is this the crux of your complaint? That they violated Section 67, 21, and 22 based upon this?
I asked what their policies were following somebody telling me they refused to talk to me now when they were perfectly willing to talk with me previously. So I was trying to understand, since that person specifically mentioned a memo, I was trying to understand what the basis was, what had gone out and to whom regarding dealings with me or the general public. And what you see in ML 1 through 4 is the responses that I got from Sue Blackman. And those included, if you look at ML 4 of 4, your page 181, she's first, in her first paragraph, she's dealing directly with an unrelated question to the question of restrictions.
But I asked a very specific question. You're giving me a very long explanation of things, but I'm not clear as to what you're at, today, why we are here.
We're here because the library put in place a policy that no one was to talk to me by name about Bibliocommons, but only to refer me to Laura Lent. And that was the only person that I was to speak with about Bibliocommons. The law says I have a right to speak with anybody who has access to information and ask for oral information. And I think you yourself said 15 minutes a day is a minimum that the Sunshine Ordinance guarantees. Again, last time when your two journalists and two attorneys voted not to reject this, I think your attorneys particularly and your reporters particularly would be sensitive to the need and the wish for somebody like myself who has written articles about this that were published in city papers. The need and the wish to speak to somebody who's knowledgeable on particular items and who, in my case, has many years of experience dealing with the library and in this case knew I wanted to speak to the head of cataloging about the testing that she had done with respect to the effectiveness and the accuracy and so on of Bibliocommons. I didn't want to talk to a spokesperson or a public relations person or even the project manager.
I have to contend with you that it's not anybody at any time. The Sunshine Ordinance does not allow for that. It's very specific in 6722, which you are claiming that there is a violation of. 6722A says the release, the preamble is the release of oral public information shall be accomplished as follows. A, every department head shall designate a person or persons knowledgeable about the affairs of the department to provide information, including oral information, to the public, and so on and so on. It doesn't say that everybody is available to the public for access.
Okay, I'm disappointed that we're still on this. Section 6022 talks about release of oral information, and it has two pieces. Piece number one is if I go to a place, for example, where I don't know how it operates, if I want to know how does the police department, how much do they spend on books? Or what kind of books? I don't know who to go to. A budget guy, a sergeant. I don't know who to go to. So Section 6722A and B is for people who do not know who they want to talk to. Section B says the role of the person or persons so designated, meaning in Section A, shall be to provide information on as timely and responsive a basis as possible to those members of the public who are not requesting information from a specific person. So they've got somebody who's supposed to be knowledgeable and can field any question for somebody who does not know, who are not requesting information from a specific person. Now, in the case of the library, after being on that case for 20 plus years, had a very strong concern, and I can give you an example of why. How is the cataloging of BiblioCommons working? And there are some very serious problems that I observed. So I wanted to know about the testing of it. So now Section D, let's say C, no employee shall be required to respond to an inquiry or inquiries from an individual if it will take more than 15 minutes. I think you yourself said at the subcommittee meeting, that means anybody who is approached for oral information or any inquiry has to give some reasonable amount of time. And D is the key portion here.
You mean C?
C is key, but D talks about discouragement. Public employees shall not be discouraged. Which public employees? Anybody I approach. Public employees shall not be discouraged from or disciplined for the expression of their personal opinions and so on and so forth. And further down it says, so long as the opinion is not represented as out of the department, and 2, does not disrupt co-worker relations or discipline and so on and so forth. It doesn't interfere with their duties on the job. And further down it says, E, notwithstanding any other provisions of this ordinance, public employees shall not be discouraged or from or disciplined for disclosing any information that is public information or a public record to any journalist or any member of the public. Any employee who is disciplined for disclosing public information or a public record shall have a cause of action against the city and the supervisor imposing the discipline.
Okay. Right.
So clearly, when
So
I go to a particular person,
I got you.
I have a
So,
right to talk with them, and they mustn't be discouraged.
I understand that. So what about the rest of B, though? You didn't finish the rest of the paragraph. This section shall not be interpreted to curtail existing informal contacts between employees and members of the public when these contacts are occasional, acceptable to the employee in the department, not disruptive to his or her duties, so on and so forth. That's informal contacts. Okay? So the question I have is when, you're asking for access to certain people, are you asking for access to them with regards to information that is not specific to this particular topic? I mean, it's not just carte blanche per se. But
I'm sorry, but Section E says, notwithstanding any other provisions of this ordinance, public employees shall not be discouraged from or disciplined for disclosing any information that is public information or a public record. I'd also point out that I feel like 6721 requires response from public employees. 6721A says every person having custody of any public record or public information, and so on and so forth, shall at normal times and during normal and reasonable hours of operation without unreasonable delay and without requiring an appointment, permit the public record or any segregable portion of a record to be inspected and examined. And shall provide, and then at B says that they're also supposed to help you with finding out what records they have and what records under Section C. A custodian of a public record, that means every person who has custody of a record. Surely Shelley Cocking, who's the head of cataloging, would have records showing what she had instructed her staff to do with respect to testing plans or testing attempts and so on.
Okay,
And Section C says they're going to assist the public.
I'm going to stop you there because we have other members that want to ask questions. Member Eldon.
To summarize, the part that I'm having trouble getting my head around is that they had a point person designated who was an expert, relatively knowledgeable, who was talking to everyone about this, which was a pretty standard procedure. And you didn't want to talk to them, you wanted to talk to someone else. And I guess it's hard for me to understand. It's hard for me to understand what the issue is there. They had a person designated. You wanted to talk to someone else, and they didn't give you that access. But
first of all, I was talking with Laura Lent about particular things that Laura Lent was helpful with. I was particularly talking with Laura Lent on the whole train of problem reports and problem responses from Bibliocommons. I was particularly curious, why had it taken a year? And I was very interested in what kinds of problems there were with the implementation. So Laura Lent had access to their so-called partner portal, which is specifically where those things are stored. But Laura Lent is not the head of cataloging. I'll give you an example. When I look up a book, They Know Everything About You by Robert Shear, in the classic catalog, you can look up They Know Every. Try it yourself. You get one title in 4 formats. In Bibliocommons, I was getting 600 plus hits, including on the 3rd or 4th one, what everyone should know about talking to their children about sex. This was very alarming to somebody who cares about the catalog as an aid to finding stuff in the library. And Laura Lent is not known to me as an expert in cataloging or in charge of cataloging, and she wouldn't necessarily be in charge of the testing, for example, what's going on with cataloging. And you as a journalist surely know that you don't always want to talk to the PR person in a department. You want to talk to the real McCoy who is in charge of making the plans or making the decisions, and that's not always the PR person. You want to talk to the one who knows best and who actually did it. If somebody in the department was a witness to something, would you want to talk to somebody they assigned, or would you want to talk to the person who witnessed the particular thing that you're inquiring about? The person I wanted to talk to would have been responsible for what I was hoping to find. And sure, Laura Lent was fine for what she was fine for, but I believe that these sections don't allow a corporate-style top-down management where in a private corporation, they can say everybody has to shut up and anybody who talks to you about anything, especially the press, has to go to our PR person.
Okay.
That's not what this ordinance provides.
We have another question.
Okay.
Member Vice Chair Hyland.
Mr. Warfield, you're pretty experienced with Sunshine Matters and how to phrase and formulate IDRs. I'm just curious, why didn't you put out an IDR specifically to find out about any and all testing procedures that were used in the Bibliocommons process? Why not?
Well, one of my this request that you're seeing here, dated March 16, item A, that was a first step. Library Users Association would like to understand better all testing, checking, review, testing/checking/review that the library has done with BiblioCommons and all communication with BiblioCommons regarding its software and so on.
All right.
So the fact whether or not I did this, that, or the other thing, and I did quite a lot, doesn't mean that they should have the right to block my contacting the webmaster, the head of cataloging, on specific issues that
let me stop you right
I'd
there.
like to talk with
Let me
them
stop you right there. So I understand what you're saying, but what you're asking us to do is chase ghosts, chase memos that are not there. We've talked to these people several times. I've been in all the subcommittees. I've been in all the previous cases to do with this. Why not just save us a lot of time and get right to the heart of what you want? Submit an IDR for any testing materials that were or were not done, any communications regarding testing of BiblioCommons, and get the answer you want. Because I'm telling you, this that's why I asked the question at the beginning. Is there such a memo? The answer was no. It's the same answer that was 2 months ago, and I believe it's the same answer that we got over a year ago. That hasn't changed. And
well, if you want to believe what their side says, let's put it this way. When they want to block access and they know that's wrong, they're not going to say, hey, let's block access. But read what Sue Blackman, I'm answering your question, and you're presupposing that they're absolutely right. And let me remind the body that Mr. Hyland was the one who thought this had been previously viewed and stuck up for months on that same point, and finally at the subcommittee acknowledged that the supposed duplicativeness of this complaint actually didn't exist because the complaint that contained this memo had been withdrawn a long time ago. So I'm sorry, Mr. Hyland, your recollection isn't always good.
actually, you know what? I'm going to stop you.
No, I want to answer.
That's Mr. Warfield. You've answered my question.
Hold on.
You've answered my question.
I'm not going to have a conflicting debate here. Okay.
So can I answer his
keep
question?
it to the merits of this case.
I've received my answer.
Answer the question.
I've received my answer. Thank you.
Okay. So no, don't shut off the microphone. Okay.
Okay.
I'll manage the meeting. Fine.
May I say where this where it occurs, where the block occurs?
Look, right now, your issue for this particular case is you're looking for information, a document that outlines restrictions by employees from a supervisor or a department head to speak or not to speak to you. Okay?
Correct.
They've responded that they don't have such a document.
Well,
what do you want? The Sunshine Ordinance the Sunshine Ordinance only allows, and you know as well as everybody in this room that if a respondent doesn't have a document and it doesn't exist, you can't create it out of nothing. If it's something verbal that is done behind the scenes, bring evidence that happened. A voice recording, an email between people to not speak to you or anybody else specifically, a uncodified a rule that gets passed around the back room of an office. I mean, really. I mean, we have nothing to go on here except what you perceive to have been a situation. And we'll believe you, but we've got to have some evidence that something exists. They're saying that nothing exists like that, and that they've presented a long line of people who have spoken to you about this item or not. We're not. The question here is not on the content of whether the content was responsive enough or not. The idea here is whether you have had access to people who had information that could or be responsive or not. But your contention here is that there's somebody created a restriction not to speak to you. Well, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, well, it shouldn't be on the burden of the complainant, okay, to do that. But frankly, we have nothing else to go on. We can ask the respondents all day long, do you have a policy? They are saying no, they don't have a policy. Okay.
So why don't you ask me?
So that's what we're here for. Okay. We're asking you.
Why don't you ask me?
We are asking you. Okay. And it's not in any of our documents.
So let me read you something. On page 181, I asked in this request for what I call info on info. It's part of 6721, and what it says is you're entitled to be assisted in getting information about what information there is available. So Section 6721C says a custodian of a public record shall assist a requester in identifying the existence, form, and nature of any records or information but maintained by, available to, or in the custody of the custodian. That's what I was seeking. Now let's look at Sue Blackman's response. She didn't respond to me on this one. She responded to a group of senior management. Hi all. I checked with Alicia, I presume that's the city attorney, and we need to respond to the request for information on the types of information we have within 7 days. It's fine. Which means that will be due next Monday, March 23rd. We still need to respond to his other IDR for the training information on a rolling basis. That's a prior IDR. I will send him a request for a 14-day extension on that one. Now comes the part I've marked. Sorry, it's very small type. Additionally, Alicia said we should have 1, possibly 2, designated persons to assist him up to 15 minutes per day to respond to the questions, which means he cannot start calling different staff members. But she said, we must make someone available. That, I think, is the crux that places this in context. He can't start calling around. And he's got 15 minutes a day from the library. The next thing we have is Joan Lefkowitz writing to the group. Thank you for researching this situation, Sue. Please let me know if I am to be one of the designated people or not. Thank you, Joan Lefkowitz. And now we come to Mr. Lambert's memo. For the purposes of being responsive to Peter's ongoing inquiries for staff to explain BiblioCommons features, terms of use, background, etc., I recommend that Laura take the lead. At a minimum, when he shows up in our office, we'll facilitate the meeting by alerting Laura of his presence, and he can then arrive at 199th with some advance notice to be let into the building. I can serve as 2A, and Joan can be 2B. Well, is there something missing? I don't know what 2A or 2B is. Maybe we can read into it. I can serve as 2A, and Joan can be 2B for designated point people at Maine. 15-minute doses of our time and attention are all that is required of us in one sitting per the office of the city attorney. Now, you've just heard Mr. Lambert say the city attorney said they have to give 2 hours a week. 15 minutes a day, 5 days a week is an hour and a quarter. They never told me that. They never sent any of this correspondence to me as a help for me to get information. You know that from a previous complaint that I tried for 2 weeks to talk to Laura Lent, who I understand was the designated point person, and from her previous testimony at subcommittee, you also, I believe at that time, heard that she never told me there was any backup.
All right, but be it as it may, we only have to go on what the ordinance provides, and the minimum is 15 minutes per engagement per person. That's what the ordinance says.
This was about restricting my access to senior staff.
But to who? That's
Well,
the
I
point.
told
Through the chair.
Okay.
So
A lot of this can be taken up in the complainant's rebuttal at the end. I think anyone asking questions to the panel right now should try to make them yes or no questions and get yes or no answers.
I understand that. Okay, there's a method to my madness for this particular case right now, just so we can get through it and Mr. Warfield can fully get his entire issue out on this, because this is longstanding. I'm a little uptight that it's over a year old in a way, but I want this to be done and over with today. Okay, so I'll extend whatever time is needed to get to the end of this, but we are going to get to the end of it. I had Member Moss, then Member Josh Wolf.
Thank you. So I'm trying to think about this in my head and play through various scenarios, and taking Mr. Warfield's advice and thinking about it, if we were talking about a journalist here and say a journalist was interested in body cameras. And so this journalist went up to every cop that he saw and asked him, what's your opinion? Is the body cam working out for you? And if after a while cops started telling him, hey, don't talk to me, talk to, whoever, talk to the PIO, and then they got curious and they filed a public records request in which the response had said, we've got this guy asking all the cops about body cams. Here's the point person, so he cannot keep asking people about this. And I think it does come down to this line of cannot start calling other staff members. And if we had somebody here, a staff member who had said, I took this to mean that I'm not supposed to talk to Mr. Warfield, I would be more inclined to side with Mr. Warfield on this, but I don't see evidence of that. But I do feel like this memo is the question, the one that he's talking to. This cannot talk to him. If people are interpreting it as such, then they have been discouraged from answering his questions about their personal opinion. If they haven't felt like they're discouraged, they're not.
Why don't you ask that of the respondent?
Well, I think Mr. Warfield did actually.
No, why don't you ask that of the respondent?
Of the respondent.
Well, I would appreciate if you'd ask it.
No, no, because I'm running the meeting and not you.
Well, so I'm not interested in the respondent. I'm interested in the respondent's employees, and since we don't have any of them here,
I understand that, but with regard, I'll ask it, Mr. Lambert. With regards to this email thread here, was that meant as a way to orchestrate how access to staff was to be specifically for Mr. Warfield?
Well, in addition to responding to your question, I'll pass.
I want you to answer the question.
Okay.
I don't want extraneous.
Okay.
At this point.
Can you repeat the question, please?
So the question is this particular email thread that starts with Ms. Blackman on March 17th, then is responded to by Ms. Lefkowitz on March 17th, then responded by you on March 18th, and so on. And it starts on page 181, and it goes backwards to page 180. Was this some sort of orchestration to create very specific access to Mr. Warfield? And was it meant to be so that it would be so confining that he couldn't have access to any other staffer?
Absolutely not. This email thread is designed to provide him with actually the best level of service, to provide him access to the subject matter experts. Laura Lent is the Chief of Collections and Technical Services. In her role as the division chief, she actually oversees cataloging, collection development. She was the project manager on this implementation. And as I alluded to earlier, in spite of that email and how he chooses to interpret it, we did provide him access to other employees besides myself, besides Joan Lefkowitz, besides Laura Lent. He met with Kathy Del Neo on April 22nd, the Assistant Chief of Maine. He had an hour of her undivided attention. He actually met with Shelley Cocking on October 2nd for 30 minutes. So this contention that there was a gag order, in his words, is completely false.
Okay, thank you. Member Moss.
Yeah. So just to be perfectly clear, so if Mr. Warfield, obviously you can't prevent Mr. Warfield from calling staff members. He has his own phone, and you can't stop him from doing that. But if he was to, after this meeting, start calling up staff members and asking for their opinions on BiblioCommons, they are free to give them their personal opinion about BiblioCommons.
I wouldn't say personal. I mean, it would be in the course of their job.
Right. I mean, I'm specifically looking at public employees should not be discouraged from or disciplined for their expression of their personal opinions on any matter of public concern.
But that's not in question here. What's in question here is providing information that they are custodian of.
Right. I'm just asking
Okay.
this question
Okay.
because
Okay,
Mr.
fine.
Warfield had talked about how he wanted to know how it was working out for various people, which is a matter of opinion, not
Okay.
information.
Fair enough.
So,
I apologize.
you're speaking hypothetically. I can tell you in actuality, he did engage with lots of staff, including his local branch, the park branch. The staff there worked with him, answered his questions about BiblioCommons during this time frame. Our staff would never be disciplined for answering any of his questions about BiblioCommons or library services.
Or discouraged.
Right.
Okay.
Member testify.
I just want to make a comment. I've looked at some cases in reference to the section, and this is also in response to Member Moss. And much of the section is to protect employees that want to be able to speak to the public, also whistleblowers. And I think that in some ways it's being misconstrued in this case. Rather than to protect employees, it's being used to say that they have to speak to people. And another question, another important aspect is that, he doesn't want the employees' opinions on things. He wants to know, what is being recorded by the department. He wants to know the official information of the department, and which is different from, asking an employee about like how a program is going. Do you think, certain people aren't getting access to a program or something like that? We're trying to get information on what this department is doing, testing, results of testing. And so I just don't want this to be misconstrued and that employees aren't being, allowed to talk to people. And I really think when you look at the trail of emails, it's to make sure that there is a point person and someone responsible to answer questions from the Users Association as well as the other people on these issues. So that's just my take.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lambert.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes. Oh, Member Joshua.
Yeah, this is going back and almost off topic at this point, but you had mentioned that 2 hours is in the statute, and I don't know where you were referencing
I did
that.
not say 2 hours.
Or
15 minutes.
Where's the 15 minutes in the statute?
15 minutes is in Section 6722C. No employee shall be required to respond to an inquiry or inquiries from an individual if it would take the employee more than 15 minutes to obtain the information responsive to the inquiry or inquiries. That's a limit. That's no more than 15 minutes.
But that's
No employee shall be required to respond to an inquiry.
right, but that's not actually 15 minutes spent one-on-one. That's the time to prepare the response, right?
Responding to an inquiry, this is in the section regarding oral public information. This is not in the section regarding written information.
Sorry, I did not quite gather the context. All right, thanks so much.
Okay, anything else? Okay, let's move to rebuttals. Respondent first.
I'm not sure how much more I can say on this issue, but I would say there were a lot of different touch points with Mr. Warfield, and some of his requests were very specific that could only be fulfilled by individuals that had access to the partner portal that was part of the implementation for this product. So that played a big role in designating Laura Lent as our primary person to answer his very technical questions and to sit down with him and provide access to that portal.
Okay, wait a minute. Now you introduced something else that I don't think we've heard before. So there were people that had information that were not available to have for the public to have access to?
We have 1,014 employees. During the implementation of BiblioCommons, there may have been, I don't know how many specific people had logins and passwords, but it was several.
No, but it sounded to me what you were saying is that there was somebody people with specific information. That's what I thought I heard.
There were people that had access to very specific technical information on this partner portal.
And were those people made available to anybody, member of the public? Those people, Mr. Warfield had access to those people?
Absolutely. I've provided examples of them.
Okay, that's all I want to know. I just want to make sure, because then you qualified it by saying that Laura Lent was the designated person for the information from those people. That's what it sounded like.
She was our designated point person for the organization on BiblioCommons as the project manager. I mean, I'm not sure if I understand what you're saying here.
So Vice Chair Hyland.
Perhaps, I might be able to shed some light since I was on the earlier cases. The way I understood it was, as the BiblioCommons got introduced, it seemed like a good idea to have a point person to kind of funnel questions to. And whatever the title was, I don't know, but that's how I understood it.
But that's not the issue I'm getting at, okay? Because the issue is, if somebody has information, they're an employee, they should not be barred from speaking to a member of the public if they are a custodian of the information, or if they're contacted directly or whatnot. Point person is fine, not a problem. But be it as it may, if the point person doesn't have that information, then, if you're supposed to assist the person to get the information or talk to the person that has it. So I think that's kind of what I'm getting at here, because
no staff member was barred.
Sans you not saying that, I had a completely different idea what was happening.
I'm sorry for the misunderstanding.
Okay. Member Eldon, do you want to say something?
I mean, I didn't get a new understanding out of what he was trying to say. I thought it was the same thing, where they try to have point people who are topical experts who can answer questions, and they set that up for him.
Right, but I heard it differently.
Okay.
I heard that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I heard that there were a number of employees that had specific technical information that they were that were directed instead to Laura Lent, because she was the point person, and maybe not made available to Mr. Warfield.
That was just based on what you thought he had said?
That's kind of what I heard. That's what I heard. Did I not hear that correctly?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I didn't get that exact meaning.
Okay, fine.
I didn't get that impression.
Okay, fine. Okay. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Warfield?
Peter Warfield, I wish you the same questions you asked the library. They do have a policy of pushing people toward the commission secretary for any information, which she then gets and then returns to the public. The key here is Section 6722 simply says, no employee shall be required to respond to an inquiry or inquiries and so on. And that, I think, has been interpreted, including by the chair, meaning employees have to respond. And if you look at 6721, I always like to get documents. I like to get paper or email. And in 6721, it says every person having custody of any public record or public information, and it requires them to provide information, show it, provide copies, and it also provides that they have to help a requester in 6721C. Now, if you look at what Sue Blackman sent, she sent the emails I provided to senior management in the BiblioCommons implementation. She sent those to Joan Lefkowitz, Laura Lent, Michael Lambert, copy to Luis Herrera. And you also heard Mr. Lambert say that they contacted the city attorney concerning the limits on what's a reasonable response and their limits of finite staff capacity and computing demands. And you heard that they had stuff from the city attorney that would have been positive for my seeking information, such as 2 hours a week. That's nowhere in these memos. And they're not going to say, let's try and limit Mr. Warfield's access. Let's try and stop him from getting information. In the example that was given here by Mr. Moss, if you want to know what do beat officers think of body cams, how well is it working for them? What information have they gotten? What training have they gotten? You might want to know, what did you know about body cams, and not what does the public relations guy say about it. I also think in context, the fact that I think it's preposterous to think this was supposed to be helpful, because I was never told about any backups. I was never told about 2 hours. None of these memos were sent to me at the time the decision was made. And so I think that basically it was, they're not going to, as I say, they're not going to say, let's close him down. They wanted to control the information, and they wanted to prevent me from speaking. And the fact that Shelley Cocking said, I'm not talking to you, talk to Laura Lent, when she previously was perfectly willing to talk to me, is evidence, when she told me it was from a memo, that this not only was a discouragement, which doesn't have to stop anything, but that this actually had an effect and would lead people to say, I better just send him to Laura Lent. And I think that that's clearly under the statutes 21 and 22 unlawful and should be found as a violation. Thank you.
Okay, members, is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to, I think, accept the recommendation of the committee, which was to find no violation.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Member Tesfaye, second by Member Hinsey. Any discussion? Public comment? Seeing no public comment, please call the roll.
On the motion to find that there was no violation in regards to this complaint, Member Tesfaye.
Aye.
Tesfaye, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Absent.
Fisher, absent. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Member Baranetsky.
Aye.
Baranetsky, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Please call Member Fisher.
Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, we will take a 10-minute break. Just want to make an announcement that there's a big private party going on the first floor now, and the sheriffs are kind of restricting other than party traffic in through that, so it may be better to leave through the Grove Street exit in the basement, so you don't.
Walk right through it.
Or if you have to leave the building and come back in, they're going to direct you to come in through the Grove Street entrance.
Chairman,
Yeah.
I have just received a request from Ms. Chabot to take her items out of order. I am just transmitting the request for your consideration.
To take them out of order.
You can ask her. She just, that's all I know.
Okay.
She is stating that.
I understood. This is a very busy time at work for me, and I'm exhausted, and I came tearing up here because I thought my complaint would be at 6 o'clock, and it seems that it's going to be much later. It's a simple complaint. I don't see the respondent here. If it can be just put ahead of the one that's...
Well, you have two.
Yeah, but the first one didn't result in a recommendation anyway.
Well, I would inquire with the both parties for the next item first,
Okay.
if they would concede.
Well,
I
we have
believe
public
that
comment.
the DBI is okay with taking the items
Ms.
out of
Tang?
order.
So-
I'm a senior. I actually under weather. I come here. I still have fever, but if she can finish in half an hour, I'm okay. But if I wait for 1.5 hours, something like that myself, I don't know if I can. I can.
Ms. Trudeau, which case are we talking about here?
It'll be item number 7 and 8.
No, I know, but she's saying just one to be.
There are two cases that were heard at the complaint committee. The one recommendation to issue an order is, one second.
You can hear it without
Yeah, I
being
can-
here.
It'll be once item number 8 has the recommendation to find a violation.
Oh, okay. Well, they're both to find violation.
The item number
No.
7 is to find that no violation occurred.
Oh, I see. Did not occur. Okay.
Right.
Got it. So for number 8, and is Ms. Patterson here?
No.
She is not here. This is under the version of our procedure in which the committee did hear this one previously.
But
and-
not required to?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right. Member Josh Wolf.
It looks like
Sorry, my apologies.
It looks like all 3 of the next cases are, there's a recommendation one way or the other from the complaint committee. So to the extent that Ms. Trudeau's cases will go quickly, so should Ms. Zhang's complaint as well.
I believe with Ms. Sang, the committee recommended it come to the full task force for a full hearing.
Oh, did I misread that? I apologize.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, so let's do that.
Okay.
Can we, can I get a motion to take item number 8 out of order?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Sure, second. Second.
Okay, moved by member Hensy, second by member Kanata. Any public comment? No. Oh,
I don't
Go
think
on.
you took general public comment
we did take general public comment.
earlier.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any public comment on this item? Any other discussion? Okay. Can we take this without objection?
I want to vote no on it.
Okay. Call the roll, please.
On the motion to take item number 8 out of order, Member Moss.
No.
Moss, no. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
I'm still thinking.
Member Hensy.
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Member Barganetsky.
Aye.
Barganetsky, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
No.
Hyland, no. Chair Wolf.
Member Fisher.
Member Fisher.
Sure, aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay. Let's call this item. Please call this item.
Item number 8, file number 16056, complaint filed by Anthropo against Kate Patterson and Arts Commission for allegedly violating
Yeah.
ministry.
Ms. Sang, we're going to hear Ms. Trudeau's item first.
Chair, well, she's just pulling her materials.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Sorry.
For allegedly finding violation of Administrative Code Section 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On September 27, 2016, the complaint committee heard the complaint and referred the matter to the task force with the recommendation to find jurisdiction and find that a violation of Administrative Code Section 67.25 occurred for failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely manner. And just to summarize, I believe that the primary responder to the general email box for the Arts Commission was out of the office, and she was unaware that her backup was also out of the office. And so she did respond as soon as she returned to the office, but it was not by the end of the next business day due to misscheduling of various people in the office.
Okay. So there's this item has been heard by the complaint committee. Does the complaint committee want to make a presentation? Give us a little idea what's going on here.
Yes. So when we heard this complaint, we were able to see that the respondent, understood that she had made several mistakes. We had some questions. I believe Member Moss was there with us, and Member Wolf, or Chair Wolf, you were there as well, where we were had an extensive discussion on finding out information on what happened when the out-of-office message went up, having evidence of the out-of-office message, things of that nature. And I think that the information that's in the memo that we provided is pretty clear on, what the details were and what we were able to ferret out on, who was out of town, when a backup was put up, as well as what information was provided to Ms. Trudeau in a timely manner. So,
thank you. Okay, anybody else? Do we have a motion?
Would you like to allow Ms. Trudeau time to comment?
If she has something to say, yeah.
Well, basically, this was an IDR because I needed the information quickly. I was working on oral arguments for a case I had against the Arts Commission. I got notice that it was scheduled for a certain time, and I was working on my oral arguments, so I needed this information quickly. And basically, this is classic Kate Patterson. She was not on vacation. It was a Americans for the Arts annual meeting in Boston. I think 7 Arts Commission people went there. Some were keynote speakers. They had a booth. This was planned well in advance, so it wasn't a one-time thing that she was on vacation, as she said. Just the runaround that I got, I sent it to the generic email, then I sent it to her. It bounced back and said, contact Ann Tricky. I sent it to her. That bounced back and said, I'm not there. Contact Sharon Page Ritchie. So then I got an email from Sharon Page Ritchie saying, you'll get a response the following Monday, which, of course, I did not get. So I didn't get the information that I needed, not even right now as we speak. I never got the information at all. And in the supplemental thing that I put in page 404, Kate Patterson made the same mistake on October 14th. It was the same exact scenario. I sent a record request to the generic one. It said to contact Ann Tricky, and then it said to contact Sharon Page Ritchie. So, it's not a one-time I'm sorry thing. I think that they've been violated for this numerous times. The fact that they're not here today. I actually won that case in the State Court of Appeal, and I went to the executive committee meeting in the War Memorial Building after not being there for a year and a half because I wanted to put it on the public record. And of course, they were completely disorganized. 45 minutes into the meeting, which they had a quorum and they should have been running, they were still setting up the audio equipment. It was almost surreal in a way. So, for me, it's like banging my head up against the wall because they don't even address these issues within the department. And to refer this out to a subcommittee so Kate Patterson can understand she has a responsibility, maybe it's about time to do so. I know that myself and the Clark brothers have gotten her violated for this very same issue many times. That's it.
Thank you. Okay. The respondent's not here, so members.
Motion to accept the recommendation of the complaint committee.
Second.
Moved by Member Hensy, seconded by Vice Chair Hyland. Any public comment? Seeing no public comment, members, any discussion, debate on this motion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
On the motion, Member Kanata.
Aye.
Is to find a violation of 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. Member Kanata, aye.
Aye.
Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Member Barnetsky.
Aye.
Barnetsky, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay. Please call the next item. Nope.
Just from hearing what the complaint is stating, I'm assuming there's no referral to committee for further action.
Nope.
There is no additional referral. Thank you. Item number 6, file number 16066, complaint filed by Ellen Sang against Tom Hugh, Daniel Lowry, and Lily Magis, Department of Building Inspection, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 and 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On September 27th, the Complaint Committee referred the matter to the task force for a hearing with the recommendation that a violation of Administrative Code Section 67.21B and 67.25 occurred. Just to provide a short summary, I believe that documents were provided to the complainant. However, there was a very large number of documents, with some that may not have been related. The committee provided instructions to the Department of Building Inspections to try to help to narrow down the number of documents and to provide responses to the questions from the complainant. And that is in the recommendation from the committee.
Okay.
Can I?
Yes, Member Tesfaye.
Did you mention that we also considered referring this to Compliance and Amendments Committee?
That I believe that would have been in the recommendation.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So this is full hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Sang?
Jurisdiction?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's find jurisdiction. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Member Tesfaye.
Aye. Or second, sorry.
Moved by Member Hinsey. Any discussion on jurisdiction? Any public comment on jurisdiction? Seeing none, can we take this without objection? Seeing no objection, motion passes. Ms. Sang, 5 minutes.
Okay. On July 7, 2016, I make a sunshine request immediate disclosure. The immediate disclosure request is across the line before my request. And then July 8, July 10, July 11 is no, I sent an email to them, no response. And then after I sent my July 11 email, DBI, Mr. Judas, and send the emails. She wanted the extension to 18. And then on 12, I remind them I received nothing. And then on the 18th, she did not respond to anything. On the 20th, I sent another email and remind them I received nothing, not a single document. I tell them that I'm seniorly your assistant. If you believe you provided to me, you should identify them. But they did not provide anything. So I filed sunshine complaint, and you should find them violation for 67.25. And then on the Friday afternoon, 28, I received the revised some of the responses, and then the 777 email, Sunshine says that's too large, they cannot even email to me. I just received about one and a half hour ago, and I have no time to receive this much document they just provide. About one, they said that they provide, I asked them for drop card. So they provide one, and then as a matter of fact,
Turn on your monitors, members.
is it?
Oh.
Okay, it's the senior electrical inspector, he investigated and says that there's no final, never have a final. But now they did not provide anything about the final, and if they do, they should provide it now. I mean, they should provide it, or they should give you statements. They don't have that document, but they didn't do neither. And then on the 2, they said that's all the document they have. That's all the document they have, then that's all it is. Number 3, they said they don't have the response document. Then I accept that they don't have the document. Number 4 is I asked the job card. I hope that you understand what's the job card. Job card is like this. Have a detail. What do you do? And then have an inspector's signature.
Hold on, Victor, can you zoom it out a little bit? It's a little hard to see. Yeah, much better. Thank you.
This is job card, the front part. And then there's the second part, have a detail and a signature if they okay the project. And then this is even in the 66, they already have the job card, have the signature, have what they inspected the day and time. They did not provide me the job card, okay? And so instead they create some document, and then they said that's the history. But the document is created, it's not even corrected because the owner is not Charles Engelbert. They say he was not the infant owner at that time. And they said, number 5, they said they don't have the record. They just don't want to release it because in the document, one of the owner, Caucasian owner in 96, 97, even the city inspector wrote it down. He is the friend. So for that reason, they even give me a letter and say that that's a violation, and says that that's a saying. See, this is I cannot see it correct. The flashing is a violation, but they said they don't have the record, so they either withhold the record or they just don't want to provide it to me. Either way, it's a violation. And number 6, the job card, I even ask a job card. The plumbing, electrical, they said they have, but the electrical already say that doesn't never have a final for the permit. And number 7, they provide 777 emails. They did not identify which emails to responding to the 7 is against the recommendation. Same as A. They says have record, but as I told you, they have to send a letter to me. They did not including all the complaint. And then 9 and 10 and 11, this is a 77 email. Is what we provide. You guess whatever you like, and then that's our response. I think you should find a violation, or order them to tell me which page or 77 pages are responding to my request. I think that I have been trying so hard to get the documents, and then actually today I'm sick, but I know that I don't want to wasting your time, so I come here. Yeah. I hope that you understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any members of the public or witnesses to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Seeing none, respondent, you have 5 minutes.
May I make a quick statement about the supporting documents?
Go ahead.
They were provided to me in 2 patches. There was a response to 11 questions that were part of the IDRs. I was able to provide the responses to Ms. Sang via email for everything except for number 7. I was unable to email her item number 7 due to the size, and I could not post it online. Therefore, I asked her if she wanted me to send it to her on a CD or not. However, that got delayed, and I did print out a copy of all of that, approximately 700, 800 pages, and provide her a CD of those documents today of the emails only.
Well, it's beyond the call of duty. Is she claiming that she didn't get them now, or?
She did not get the emails until today.
Okay.
but the rest of the responses were provided.
But this was more of a delay because of the processing that you were doing on her behalf.
I received the documents from DBI on, I believe, Friday.
Okay.
They dropped off a CD to the office, and in my attempts to provide a copy to Ms. Sang, I was unable to do the item number 7 emails.
Okay, I think the Friday date is the important date for this particular issue. Great, perfect. Please state your name.
Hi, good evening. Lily Mages, Communications Director and also Public Records Coordinator for Department of Building Inspection. I'm here today with the Chief Plumbing Inspector, and he'll be assisting me in answering some questions if you have anything in particular to job cards, permits, applications, and the process and the like. I'll just go over kind of what happened and what occurred and our responses since then. As mentioned previously, when we went to the meeting on September 27th, we were instructed to basically narrow our responses and be more specific. In that case, we've attempted to do that, and just to make a note, a lot of the documents that we're talking about have been previously provided. I know we were reminded by the subcommittee previously to not refer back to documents that were previously provided, so we've narrowed, again, our response. So for number 1, it says the job card, which should state that the areas were covered without an inspection, and the permit number. She had the permit number, which means she had the job card. In our supporting document 1, what she specifically wanted was the name of the person who signed it, the date they signed it, and what was said in the document. Actually, mainly the name and the date. And at that point in time during the subcommittee, I was not able to confirm the names because it was at that point, they were from 96 and 97, and I didn't have that information readily available. So when we responded, we said, we've enclosed the permit again, we've enclosed the permit, which I'm saying she previously had, signed by Franklin Fong. If you look at your document in front of you, it has on...
What page, please?
The third one, at the bottom it says 0003. It's record of inspection.
Do you not have our page number?
Sorry, probably not.
Okay.
You see this?
That would be page 234.
Thank you. Thank you. Continue.
As you can probably see on this document, this says here that it was approved. There is no, in this case, there was no final. The person who signed it was Franklin Fong, and the date on that is July 11th, 1997.
Is that a redaction there?
I'm sorry?
Is that a redact? I'm sorry, I'll ask later. Go ahead, finish your...
There was no redaction done on our part. If there was,
That's
we
all right.
would...
Just continue. I'll ask later.
Okay. For the plumbing number 2, for the plumbing issued about 19 years ago, 1996-97, she wanted the complete job card and the final inspection date, inspector's name, and his signature. So if you look at... I'm sorry, I don't know.
Give me your number.
Okay, it's 006.
That'd be page 237.
You can see here for permit number 343178, Mike Mitchell finaled it on March 10th, 1997. For 358314 permit number, that's 008. This was...
Can I just pause here? You just said that Mike Mitchell signed it. Where is that? On page 237?
Steve, you want to come up here?
Is that the 52996, that little signature at the bottom?
In the lower left-hand corner.
Is that one?
No.
It would
Steve,
be
Valley Chief Plumbing.
Hold on. We have a particular process.
Just wait for later.
Can you take a note and just because we should give them their time to make their full testimony without interruption.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue.
Permit number 358314. This was signed by Bob Amores.
That's page 239.
He went out to the site on multiple dates, 3/12/97, 18/97, which is found on the front page. The second page talks about August 20th, 1997. For permit number 358-972, Bob Morris again, he finaled it on 8/25/97, and you see that on the page. For item number 3, we have no responsive documents. For item number 4, the job card, in this case, we figured out it was building, stated the dates of inspection, the purpose of each inspection, the name of the inspector who inspected the dormers, and signed his name on the job card. And in this case, what we did was, because it was difficult to see it on the job card and attached documents, we just had them printed out from the system so we could easily see the names. In this case, you can see all the names that were basically associated with this one.
Hey, just stop for a moment because you've reached time. How much more do you have?
There's 12 items on this request.
Okay. I just want to ask Ms. Sang, would you be opposed to allowing her to finish her testimony with all those items, or do you? I just want to be fair to you because you had 5 minutes. This is going to take her another.
I do not think it's fair because they actually provide those documents after the deadline. 26 by 5 o'clock should be the last day and time. They have been done that again and again.
Okay, we'll get to the merits of that. Yeah. I just wanted to ask because it's obvious she's got a lot of other.
Yeah.
She's trying to show, her side of the story on this. So
how many minutes you give?
I give her another 5 minutes. Is that all right?
So how about me then?
If you want 5 additional minutes for testimony, I'm happy to give it to you after she's done.
All right, thank
okay?
You. Yes, I will.
Continue.
Thank you. So just to, I guess I'm not sure in terms of using up my 5 minutes, I can go through it line by line, or I could just go through.
Well, it's up to you. This is your time to provide testimony on your end. I mean, the point here is for you to show why you feel that maybe you're not in violation or you want to spread some light. So that's, it's up to you how you want to use your time.
Sure. So basically, as I was saying, for number 4, there's 4 permits, and you'll see it in your packet, and their certificate of final completion was made by Marvin Ruiz. Number 5, as mentioned, we don't have any responsive documents. For number 6, it's a little bit longer, and you can see through the documents, but she requested for final inspections for plumbing, electrical, and building, and the name of each inspector who issued the CFCs. Two quick things. Certificate of final completions are only issued by building, and so you will see in the packet 2 pages that reflect those, and also the listing of the electrical permits, and they're listed in that order, when they, by whom and on what date, and the same thing for the plumbing permits, which we mentioned earlier. For 7, 8, and 9, actually for 7, this pertains to email correspondences that we produced, over 700 of them, to you guys to show what steps we took when Ms. Sang made inquiries or posed questions to the department and or asked for sunshine records. At that point, formal complaints, and Steve can go into this if you have any questions about that. She wanted to know what we did with her complaints. They were put online as indicated on number 8, record that DBI respond to my complaints. We had informed her that all complaints are put into the system and they go online. They're accessible by going to our online permit and complaint tracking system. And we were asked by the subcommittee to provide a copy of what that looks like, the online and the pages that come with that, which we did. Number 9 talks about the time and dates the DBA scheduled each meeting. Our previous response that was that we don't have a log, but that we would provide her emails, or the emails that basically reflect her inquiries and or times to meet with her. In this case, we did pull out one, which I was able to pull out, which was when Ms. Sang came to our office and visited us. Number 10 and 11, we told her previously that we don't get involved in civil issues, but we wanted to have her look at the previous emails that basically she sent to our office and kind of what we were responding to as she brought them up to the department. Thank you. Steve, I don't know if you have any comments.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Sang, you have 5 minutes.
They said the job card, I asked her for number 1 is only, she provided, that's the final. The inspector particularly said this area is covered and no certificate. Yes, they don't issue a certificate by planning, by electrical and plumbing, but as she even emailed to me the company's policy, without those final, you cannot issue the final certificate. Yes, absolutely, because the friendship, because of the connection they claim, a last document we complain is, I was told it's actually put in the box, ignore them, but it turned out to be true. I have the city's letter stating that there's a violation, and then there's nothing exists. That's not there. And the job card is a job card. They easily try to convince you because the hard job cards are difficult to read. They provide the other job card too. Because the building is the one have a connection and have a friendship with the owner at that time. Not Engelbert. They created his name here now. And so that the job card for the building department is not provided this time. This they call the revised responses. If the job card is requested, they can easily, they provided 700 pages of document after the deadline, provided everything after deadline as the revised responses. If they follow your instruction, everything, I don't even have to just ask them to identify the page, which is identified is the job card saying the area cover was requested, not cover, and then have final inspection. The inspectors say the proof is for certain thing. After that, she says that there's no certificate cover without inspection. That's after she says to prove that area, okay? They have many inspections. Inspector prove a different area they inspect. But final is a different. Final is a final. They will put the word there, final. Or some completely job or whatever, okay? They prove a certain area. It doesn't mean the final, that they cannot provide final. She just want to read the first sentence. She did not read the whole thing as number 1. And as I show you the letter from the city and stated that's a violation, they says no such record, so they provide everything. That's very easy for them to say it now. We complain, not only me, there's others complaining. They just they have to protect somebody as a friend of them so that they don't put all the complaint. Now, yes, after I make a complaint and all those things, and then they start and put it on the record. And every time I went there, they give me a bunch of the records just right now. I asked them to identify. None of them identified it to me. I hope that you can ask them to identify which is responding. You cannot say the 100 documents responding to the different request. To me, is a violation. And also, the city, when they responded to your thing, if they following with either say that no violation or they issue the violation notice. They did send the notice of violation, but they have not even provided any of this right now. And then all the corrections. I think that they are in violation of 67, 21, 25, 26, 67, 29-7 and 8, because I believe that they either withholding those records or they just refused to produce them. And obviously, they did not provide any document, actually, for my sunshine request before I filed the sunshine complaint. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I didn't call for any witnesses or members of the public provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent, but seeing you can speak at this time. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Steve Pinelli, Chief Plumbing Inspector, DBI. I've actually worked with Ms. Sang at our office. She came in after I heard about the complaints. I also work with our department in finding out everything that's been going on with the requests, either be it sunshine requests, information, documentation, stuff that happened 20 years ago that they had a file on, which I think some of those forms are from, or just requests from me from stuff that happened back in 1997, 96, which I had to go through and try to figure out everything that was happening. I spent hours working through all the information and actually talking with Ms. Sang and had a meeting with her at our department, trying to explain the situation and everything that happened. Went out to the site myself with another inspector to actually see the case and talk to the neighbor, and went through as much as I could with the next door neighbor to try and figure out if she was 100% right, if there was something wrong, something was missed, if there was an issue. As far as the requests, every time you have to understand that she asked for a request for, let's say, 123 address, everything that I have on 123 address, she's going to get. So it might be an email that got here on the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, and it might be a running string of emails. All of that gets documented, and I give everything to Lily to actually give to Ms. Sang or anybody else that requests it. So that's something that you have to understand. When they say there's 700 documents, you might have 50 emails that all that one string of emails that have been on different days. So it's not just one email, and then we just look at it and say, oh, here's the one that has everything on it, because we don't want to miss anything, so we send everything, or at least I do. As far as the question you had about the permit, on the final on that permit, that actual signature was on the back page of that permit. It had a reference for a final. Other work was done with a different inspector, which I don't have that documentation for something else that he requested the owner or the contractor to speak to. Most everything that I believe has been given to Ms. Sang in a timely manner. We've gone through it. We have 3 divisions, and we've looked through everything. That's why there's 700 pages or more, almost 800 pages of documentation. I don't know how you go through it and take out certain things. I've tried to answer every question she's requested. The other thing that you should know is when somebody comes to my office, the reason why there is no log is because I have people coming into my office all day long, and I do set up appointments that happen, and sometimes I say, well, come between this time and just ask for me. I'll be at the office. I've got other things going on, but I'll make myself available for you. She came, one day we did have it scheduled, came to the office, we had the meeting, went through all of her concerns. At that time, there was not I would say, an official complaint. There was a concern. I said I would look into it, went to the site and took care of the situation with the neighbor, was very helpful, and no problems. Keep going, or?
No, that's
okay.
Time. Sorry. Member Moss?
We can discuss a little bit now?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I've got some notes organized that we can sort of start off with.
Okay.
In committee, we had found 2 violations that we thought were pretty clear at the time, and I can sort of take you to where they are in the record and why we came to that conclusion. So if you look at page 366 in your packet, you will see the second to last paragraph has a line in which DBI acknowledges they were a day late in responding to an IDR. So we found, I believe it was section 6725 violation, and it wasn't controversial because they had acknowledged it. The second issue is on page 370 of your packet, and this is item number 9 that's listed. Ms. Tsang had asked for records related to the meetings that she'd had with the office, and they came back and said no responsive records. And the reason they said there were no responsive records when we asked them was because they said that Ms. Tsang already had the records. That is not the same as no responsive records. She should have received the same response that anybody had filed the same language, and they should have just given her the same emails that she already had. And I think that if you go back to page 231 of our packet, and you go back to that same item 9, DBI now says that they have provided Ms. Tsang with email files. So that is why we found the other element, the was it 6721B? Sorry, was it C? It's B in the pack in the under the agenda. It may be C. It may be an error in the agenda. I'm just working off the agenda. But in any regard, we found, just to summarize, we found 1 violation for being late on IDR, 1 violation for not handing over records regarding the request for her own meeting records. There may be more issues here, but those were what we came to in committee.
And the reason I mentioned 67.21C
Member
of
testify.
the chair, thank you, was that there were many issues about lack of specificity in the responses. We were trying to emphasize that just because you give someone every single document that is in regard to a building, if they asked for a specific document about the gutters of a building, that's what you're supposed to give them, not all. Especially for an old building, there are going to be many, many documents that have to deal with the building. And so that's why we were in discussion about 67.21C, because there was a real lack of specificity, and that's why we had directed the respondent to, with specificity, give the documents in relation to all 11 requests. Can I make a motion?
Absolutely. Well, wait a minute. We didn't finish our process yet. So are there any other questions for the respondent or the complainant at this time? Okay, let's get some. They've heard some of what we had to say. Let's give them a chance for rebuttal. So, respondent.
I just wanted to comment on Ms. Tsang's assertion that we have not produced all documents. We've looked at all documents again, and these are all the documents that we have. So we've tried our best to respond in this updated request for specificity, and we feel that we've done that, and I hope that you agree with that. We have, again, produced all documents, and we've tried, as Steve was saying, to respond to her inquiries, her additional information, her complaints, if they're warranted to be put in the log, and thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tsang, your rebuttal.
Yes, the logs have to be maintained. The public record has to be maintained. I have never dropped by to this gentleman's office for any reason. I always make an appointment because I know that they are busy. They might not be there. As a senior, taking 2 or 3 transfer buses to the city, I don't want to do that when they're not there. So every time I do that, I make an appointment, not just a drop by. No, not with him anyway. Yeah, they say that they have all the records. Then they must withhold or not keeping the record. The business manner, that's the letter. The city sent and have listing all the notice of, the violations and all they think that there's violation to me. And then now they said they don't have such a record. And obviously, for that reason, the planning department's zoning administrator sent it to the DBIs, asked them to withhold that their permit that they provide. That's not record. That's also public record. The public should know, but they don't have it. Anything is not. It can prove that what they say, the friendship, and they will hold those records or not release it. They said they're not available. They do available, but they just don't want to produce it. Easily to say that we do everything we can. I would be happy to, you tell me which pages document they provide the response to my 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They basically say, hey, you read them over, you pick up whatever the email you like to respond to your request. I hope that you understand that's not the way to produce the public record according to the Sunshine Law. I hope that you find a violation. Otherwise, the public can never find anything. As long as they give you thousands of emails, that's all. That's all the record. That's not the position has been. Hey, we produce you everything. Okay, I don't have to produce you anymore. Or you pick up whatever you like. That's what it is. You go to the department, you think that they identify the record for you? No. They just give to you, hey, this is the record. We give you everything we have. If you push more, they give you a little more. Even before Sunshine, they still holding those records I have. And then they says that if the public doesn't even know, that's your luck. I just hope that you have to find the violation so that they should comply with the law, how to produce the record. Or you can ask them to identify which pages is the response. You cannot have a different specific request and then have the same 700 pages of email and said, hey, that's all to answer all your questions. So you pick up whatever you like. Excuse me.
That's your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, okay.
Okay, members. Vice Chair Harlan.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling that the committee's recommendations are on point. I think, especially the 6721C, I believe, not B, is relevant here. Because I think the custodian of record should attempt to assist the information seeker, and that clearly didn't happen. So I make a motion to accept the committee's recommendations for violations of 6721C and 6725.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Hyland, second by Member Hensy. Discussion on the motion. No discussion. Any public comment?
Sorry.
Oh, Member Moss.
Sorry, I just want to make sure, because I'm looking at our recommendation, and it is 6721B, and so I don't know if we can accept the recommendation with C. But I think that that Member Hyland, Vice Chair Hyland, is correct, and I think that we could possibly add a 6721C on top of the 6721B.
You want to revise your motion?
Because I can sort of explain why.
You want to go for it?
So I think that
convince him.
So, Vice Chair Hyland, I believe yours is correct. I think it is a different matter than why we should fine for 6721B. I think 6721B is specifically about their failure to produce records about her meeting. I think that your 6721C is about the not being helpful, and member testifies also about not being helpful. So I think the three are appropriate.
Through the chair, yeah, I thought member testify corrected it to be C, and that's to be C or not to C. Never mind. And I'm seeing the violation of C. B reads as 10 days. And I think that was covered under 6725 already, the timeliness issue. So I think C is more relevant.
Sorry, the timeliness is related to their response to an IDR. They had not provided any records.
And that's why you guys were thinking B.
Yes. Until more recently, post-committee.
Okay, I'm good with B and C, and I'll amend accordingly.
Okay. Member Hensy, are you okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. So the motion is for 6721B and C and 6725. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion on this?
Just to let everyone know.
Member testify.
Just to let everyone know, in addition, we also had a recommendation for follow-up with compliance and amendments. I think that this would be helpful in light of Ms. Sang receiving the CD today.
Okay.
And so she'll have some time to look that over and meet with the respondent to make sure that she gets what she needs.
On that specific part?
It wasn't just for that specific part.
Okay.
It was for all 11.
For the whole thing? Okay, great. Okay. So, any...
Through the Chair, I'm wondering if we could tighten that up a little bit and maybe have the supervisor of records, start to address some of the, 6721C violations and actually get in there on specific points and find the responsive documents. I mean, she's got them all, but I think there should be a continued conversation where Ms. Sang can go and say, okay, where's this particular piece? That's part of improving the process. And I don't know how to formulate that because I'm not that familiar with the 12 points and which ones are still at large. Member Tesfaye might have some.
So,
Well, if you look at the recommendation from the committee, let me pull it back up. There are some details.
Can you give us a page number, please?
Beginning, I think.
330.
330.
Yes.
There's some direction there.
So that might maybe take a quick look and see if that fulfills what you're looking for.
330.
Yes, 330.
At the bottom.
From item 6, it says, in an effort to resolve the complaint, the committee requests that respondent review the public records and provide a detailed and separate response to each of Ms. Sang's 11 requests as follows. Provide only the documents specifically requested. I know that we heard from one of the respondents that he would provide, every document that has to do with his specific property. And, through the violations that we're finding, we're trying to show that type of response isn't what we're looking for.
Mr. Chair, I believe that is what they provided in their response on page 230. Sorry, 228 through 231 is their attempt to comply with that.
Through the chair, I still heard that Ms. Sang was not getting certain job cards or certain finals, or there were certain documents that maybe she hasn't had a chance to go through and see if they're there, but
she also made a supposition that something didn't exist because they were holding it back, and there's...
Yeah, not getting into that.
Okay.
But, I guess if we keep this alive, going to compliance and compliance amendments, we'll be able to redress and see whether...
All right, I would just, one second, I would just, if we're going to refer to this to compliance and amendments needs to be dialed in on this, because the complaint committee has had, additional time to review, this whole record. So I'm wondering if it might be possible to have those folks that have some knowledge of this, or at least, I don't know whether the recommendation from the committee from the complaint committee is enough to help give a little more guidance to the compliance and amendments
Through the
committee.
chair, perhaps it could go to, well, think about this. If we got the actual item numbers, and Ms. Sang could communicate back to Victor, okay, I still can't find what I need on items 8, 9, and 10, specifically this, and this. That'll give us some direction, and that can hopefully be communicated to DBI and its ongoing.
Okay, what do you think about that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Member Baranetsky.
I think that's
Okay, great. Anything else for the good of cause? Member Moss.
Sorry, to that concern, I do sit on compliance and amendments, and
Okay.
I was at the complaint committee.
Okay, great. Perfect. Okay, so I think we're good all around. Okay, so now we'll call public comment. There's no members of the public. And no, sir, you're party to the...
You're not member of the public.
So there's no public comment. Anything else for the good of cause on this? Okay, let's call a vote.
Can we reread the motion?
Reread the motion.
On the motion to find violation 67.1 67.21 B and C at this time, and 67.25. On that motion, Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Member Barnitsky.
Aye.
Barnitsky, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Cooper, absent. Member Tesfa. Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, and then
I would like to get very clear instructions at this time, as the DBI has attempted to comply.
Right.
I would suggest that we ask Ms. Sang to give very specific questions in regards to their responses as to what has not been provided yet.
Right. But it has to pertain to what has been presented here today. Cannot be anything more expansive than that. Like, can't go outside the boundaries of this, the address of this building, per se. Follow me?
Through the chair, I think what might make clear instructions for Ms. Sang is, of your 12 points, when you have a chance to read the extra material you got, go in there and say, okay, I'm still missing point number 9, job card. I'm still missing point number 11, this one. If you can give us that specific gaps in what was part of your original request, we can communicate that through Victor to the DBI, and at the next hearing, make sure that you get those few remaining documents. Does that make sense?
Would you please?
Other microphone.
That one.
I'm really a senior, okay, 66, and I'm not feeling really well. And this for DBI to identify, the code required them to identify the document to provide it to me.
I understand that, but because we've ruled in your favor on this one, we're going to refer it to one of our committees that deals with compliance. And for anything that you feel is missing from the 12 points, that were laid out.
11
points. Okay,
I'm sorry,
11 points.
because I don't want them to say that.
That's all right. From the 11 points, anything that you feel is missing or unresponsive, make a detailed list of what those are specifically. Give it to Victor. Victor will give it to Member Kanata, who's the chair of the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and we'll schedule another hearing, and we'll see about getting the rest of those documents for you. We'll work with DBI. They'll come to that hearing, make sure that you get the rest of it so we can get closure. You can get closure.
Yeah.
Okay?
For instance, it's not number 1. They provided document that's not the final, actually, the own senior inspector.
I understand it,
so
but
I can ask
we're done adjudicating the case.
Okay.
So, again, just make your list.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Ms. Sang, so your case is still active. It's still open. It's still alive. What we're looking now for is some very, like what you just said. Now, point number 1, the final is what I want. Point number 3, I want this. And communicate that to Victor. We'll communicate it to them, and they will help you find those documents amongst all the stuff they gave you. That's our directive.
Thank you. Yes, I do want the document. It's not, if they provide it to me, we won't be here. And I thank you for your time. I thank you for a lot of people who don't speak English and have the very difficult time to get record with DBI. They angry, they yelling at them, but I just have the opportunity, and thank you for your time and effort.
You're welcome. I thank both all the parties for attending today and being patient.
Yeah.
Okay, next item.
The matter is referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee. Next on the agenda, item number 7. File number 16037, complaint filed by Andrew Bowe against Sharon Page Ritchie and the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.7 by failing to provide correct contact information for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and the Ethics Commission on the April 12, 2016 agenda. On September 27th, the Complaint Committee heard the complaint and referred the matter to the task force with the recommendation to find jurisdiction, and that a violation of Administrative Code Section 16.9 did not occur. I believe Upon review of the agenda in question, the information for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force was present and accurate, and there is no requirement regarding the Ethics Commission in the Sunshine Ordinance. However, there was an error in the Ethics Commission address due to their recent move, and they have taken steps to correct that. However, a violation did not occur as Ethics Commission is not notated in the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay.
Motion to
Member
the parties are not here, and I do not.
Right. Okay, so Vice Chair Highland and Member Moss.
Sorry, but if you're going to make a motion, I just have a point of clarification.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure I know which one we're not we're not finding a violation, because I'm looking at the committee recommendation and I'm just seeing a slight inconsistency. I want to make sure
What inconsistency?
So findings of fact. So if we're looking at page, well, it's cut off on my thing. But it's the last page of the recommendation. Findings of fact and conclusion of law says we don't believe that section 67.7 occurred, and then the report recommendation is referring to 67.9. So I just want to make sure that there seems to be a difference.
Oh, yes, you are correct. I did misquote those. I believe the section regarding the requirement to have information regarding Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on the agenda. I will look that up quickly. Is 67.9. Oh. Just let me, give me a moment.
It's 67.7G.
It is 67.7G.
Okay, so just noting that our agenda says 67.9, and it looks like we were talking about 67.7 in the committee recommendation.
We were it's supposed to be 67.7. I think.
Yes, 67.7G. But we did not get into that specificity during the committee meeting.
I think it's both G and H, but
Yeah. Yes, G and H. That's okay. If the recommendation from the committee is not complete, or you may find it to be somewhat incorrect for some reason, that's what we're here for. We're here to make the final ruling and have the discussion about that as we're doing. It's all good. So
as a first step, could I make a motion for jurisdiction?
Okay. First of all, Member Tesfaye, did you have something you wanted to say on this? Okay, great. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Motion for jurisdiction.
Is there a second for jurisdiction? So moved by Vice Chair Highland, seconded by Member Tesfaye. Any public comment? Seeing no public to make comment, can we take this without objection? Seeing no objection, the item is approved. Okay. Now we can go ahead and make a motion.
Motion to accept the recommendation of.
Well, but
let's.
Yep.
How about let's make a motion not to find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance in this case.
It's more precise.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Member Tesfaye, second by Vice Chair Highland. Is there any discussion on this item? Okay, we'll open for public comment. Any public comment? Seeing no public, public comment is closed. Any other further discussion or debate on the item? Seeing none, let's move to roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Member Barnetsky. Aye. Barnetsky, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Cooper, absent. Member Tesfaye. Aye. Tesfaye, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Vice Chair Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, call the next item, please.
Item number 9, file number 16080, hearing to review of the review of potential impact of Assembly Bill 2853, public agency referral of persons to public records maintained on the internet site on the City and County of San Francisco, and draft advice letter to city departments. I do have a letter here, or a version that was edited by DCA COLA for your review. I believe you did receive this by email.
And thank you for doing that, DCA COLA.
Chair Wolf?
Yes, Member Moss.
Just want to say I have no problem with DCA's recommendations.
Okay, very good. DCA COLA, is there anything you want to explain, expand, or anything you want to comment on this at all? If you want, it's up to you.
You know, nothing really in particular. I thought the letter was really well written, as was. I just thought before whatever version you wanted to send out actually got sent out, that you had some sort of opinion on it coming from my office, and these were just the only little nitpicky things that I thought I should comment on, really. So if there's any questions or comments or any feedback, I'm open to it.
Okay, great. Let me ask you a question. In your second paragraph, you provide a kind of a detail on the steps. So, if after receiving the link, the requester is unable to access or reproduce the record, the member must file a second request. Does AB 2853 specify that?
Is this directed to me? I wrote the paragraph, but
oh, you did. Okay, so whoever did, go ahead.
So yes, that is my reading of 2853. The 2853 says if after the requester has been provided a link, they are unable to access the records through said link, then they need to request it in a different format.
What's the exact language?
Let me bring it up for you.
Because otherwise, that means we're creating new policy or new law if it's more restrictive or more lenient.
I believe it just uses the term promptly.
Because the question is it based upon the original request that they can then just ask for?
And then the agency must promptly provide it in another form.
Right.
But it doesn't specify promptly. And, I'm sure as soon as it's enacted, there's going to be case law in a matter of time. But for the time being, we don't have a clear definition of what promptly is.
Right.
I think it's just, a reasonable interpretation of what prompt would be. The only reason I put a little comment in there is because I could see a scenario where it sort of opens up things to vexatious litigants, where they file the request, then they wait for a period to lapse, and then they say, I demanded it in another form, and then the 10-day period is already lapsed. So, I mean, not that I think that that's something that the task force would consider or would consider issuing a violation on. I could just see it as being a means or a vehicle for a vexatious litigant to file a complaint and drag someone in here for a hearing if they wanted to be vindictive. So I thought, a reasonable interpretation of what promptly providing in an alternative method would be is, if it's, I think that depends under the circumstances, but they should be given, depending on when that notice is provided and, what type of document request it is, promptly under the circumstances, could reasonably be interpreted in different ways. So that's why I just wanted to give a little more leeway in there.
Okay, my concern is by specifying, being very specific and saying that the member of the public must file a second request.
So you asked for the language. I can read it to you. So, so it's on page 472 if you want to take a look at it. Section F, and it says. If after the public agency directs a member of the public to the internet website, the member of the public requesting the public record requests a copy of the public record due to an inability to access or reproduce the public record from the internet website, the public agency shall promptly provide a copy of the public record pursuant to subdivision B. So what it is saying is on the first, so somebody files a request, the agency can respond with a link to a website. And then only after that, if the member is unable to access or reproduce, then the member of the public needs to request a copy of the public record. So that's what the CPRA, the new CPRA says, but this letter is saying that a member of the public can ask for it in the specified format on the first instance. So what we are trying to do is...
But my concern is reading this in constitutional construction kind of way. There's only one request, not two. All it says is if the public agency directs a member of the public and the member of public requesting the public record requests a copy of the public record due to an inability to access it, it's a furtherance. Now, really, the question becomes, and I think as DCA was putting out, is promptly. Okay, how do you describe what promptly is? Is promptly 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 6 months? It becomes in that kind of thing. And unfortunately, the laws shouldn't be using words like promptly. Okay, because it's so subjective. That's really bad of the legislative council at the Capitol.
Assemblymember Gatto is
it's actually leg council that writes this stuff up. I just went through an entire process on 3 bills with the same problems.
Yeah.
If the author doesn't pick up on that, they'll just let it go because at that point the sausage making process is over. So. That's my concern. I understand that for expediency and it makes it easier, but it doesn't necessarily say that it would be somewhat a second request. The member of the public requesting the public record requests a copy. If the public agency directs a member of the public to the website, if after.
So the member of the public has to receive the link and then say back to them, I was unable to access or reproduce it. Please send it to me in a different format.
I wouldn't.
Which is what we're trying to deal with.
I understand that the problem is that knowing how some departments and agencies take interpretation of the Sunshine Ordinance, the question then becomes, does a second request mean something different than, say, a subsequent request? They may say, well, you didn't send us a second request, you just, merely asked us for something. That they could say, well, that's not really a request. The second request would have to be in writing, has to be in this certain format, has to be this way or that way, delivered to this person or that person, that kind of thing. So the question is are we setting ourselves up for, a highly vague, subjective process in the future, or are we making things so specific? But could that be challenged because the law doesn't necessarily specify the person would have to make a second request? It just says make a request.
Well, to respond to that, so that second paragraph is just me describing in plain English what this garbled legislation his writing. I'm not opining, and I was just attempting.
Okay.
They use the language request. I use the language request. The point is item number 1 in the next paragraph, in which we're saying 6721. I think that's an L, actually supersedes, because the Sunshine Ordinance provides for better access to it, and the Sunshine Ordinance says from the first request, if the person asks for it in this form, they get it in that form. And so regardless of this whole first request, second request, if the person asks for it and they say they want it in the original format that it existed via email or copy or whatever it is, then they get it.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm happy to change if you think that it's not accurate in paragraph 2. I was mostly trying to be accurate, and that's why I wanted DCA COLA to take a look at it and make sure I was describing it accurately.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. Members, any other comments on this? So DCA COLA does any of my concerns, you have any response to any of my concerns on that? I mean, just from a legal aspect and from our operational, are we setting up future, or us in the future, are we setting ourselves up in any way by being too specific?
My only concern is that if we go out on a limb and say that that the Sunshine Ordinance doesn't allow extensions to complying to requests for documents in alternative forms, we're sort of going out on a limb that isn't necessarily explicitly stated in AB 2853. But so I just think we should be careful in how we word that. That's all.
Chair Wolf?
Yeah.
So if your concern is in that second paragraph, must file a second request, if it would make you feel better for us to change it to the member must request the records in an alternative format rather than say a second request.
I think that's more in compliant with the law.
That's fine with me.
You could also just write like under the new section of the CPRA, it appears that, right? And then you're not making any definitive statement about what the law does or does not say.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Is there anything else on this that pops out for anybody? Okay, this is be one of those unusual communications to the city family from the Sunshine Task Force on how we might, or how we see this law affecting how we make our decisions.
Just for completeness, I would put a footnote after the CPRA and actually cite the language.
It's a good idea. Okay. Is there any need do we want to take an action on this tonight? Do we want to accept this draft and distribute it? That's my question to you. If somebody wants to make a motion
I'll make
to
a
answer
mo-
that question.
I'll make a motion to accept the letter before us as amended with those subtle changes discussed.
Okay. Moved by Member Hensey. Is there a second?
I mean, I'll second.
Okay. Member Moss seconded. Any further discussion on this matter? Okay. Seeing none, is there any members of the public? Public comment? Seeing no public comment is closed. The only thing I would say is that obviously when this gets sent out, the city attorney's office is going to review it. In that kind of way, we may receive a further communication from it. Do we want to send it to a pertinent department to have a look-see at it before we agree to fully distribute it? That kind of way. My question, I guess, maybe to DCA COLA, this is really a communication, a document of the Sunshine Task Force, not necessarily from an official opinion of the city attorney, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, this will be sent out by the task force, not by my office.
Right.
You could say that my office has reviewed it and given comments, but it's not necessarily necessarily endorsed by my office. I mean, I don't know if this will end up in the Good Government Guide. not that any of you care about the Good Government Guide, but yeah.
No, my question is that is there a need for us to send it to the city attorney's office for review, or has it already been reviewed by folks in the office?
Yeah, I had given a copy to some people on the government team, so I think that suffices as is. I don't think it warrants further review by my office before it's sent out.
Did they comment to you? Did they give you comment, or did they give you a nod?
They provided me with some feedback,
okay.
and well, they looked at the feedback that I proposed on giving, and they approved of it. So
okay,
yeah.
Okay, that's good. Okay, that's good. Then I just want to make sure that kind of thing. And Victor, what do you on your end? From the clerk's office, do you have any?
There's no review by the clerk of the board or any.
All right, great.
I do recommend that, if possible, can we ask that Member Moss provide the revisions
before it
to
gets,
me, and then I could provide it to Chair Wolf for final review before distribution.
That'd be great. Can you mark it as track changes so I can see? Because I reviewed way too much stuff.
So the question is, I don't recall whether I have
send a
DC
new
Cola's
copy.
track changes.
I can send that to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be great. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's take a roll call on this, please.
On the motion to accept the amendments to the letter to be sent to department heads regarding Assembly Bill 2853.
This would be to the entire. This would be not just department heads, but also elected officials.
Department heads and elected officials, yes.
Right. Thank you.
We will change that. I will try to consider if we need to change the two title as needed.
Thank you.
On that motion, Member Barnetsky.
Aye.
Barnetsky, aye. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Tesfa. Aye. Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Next item, please.
Item number 10, file number 16093, review and possible amendments to the Sunshine Task Force bylaws and complaint procedures. In the packet today, we have recommendations from the Complaints Committee regarding the hearing procedures. In addition to that, I will be passing out recommendations from the Rules Committees for items listed on today's agenda. The Rules Committee did discuss additional items that are not on today's agenda, and those will be presented at a future date.
Any discussion on any of these items, folks? At some point or another, we're going to, I would hope at our next meeting that we could approve of as many as possible. We can approve of some today, like with regards to the absence policy, the communications policy, which we've had some discussion about in earlier meetings.
They're actually pretty quick.
There's some other items that I think are of some interest in there.
How about I put a motion to accept the absence policy as stated here?
Second.
I think that's an easy one.
Don't want to make it 72 hours.
What is it in there?
I tried to make a sunshine joke. I tried to make. I was supposed to be a sunshine
It
joke.
was good. It was
Yeah.
good. Okay. Anything after 8 o'clock is a good joke. That's good.
Okay. All right, so Vice Chair Hyland moves the absence policy as presented.
I believe the absence policy is to add, at this time, we don't
Excuse
currently
policy.
have an absence policy or a provision to excuse
Excuse for-
Right.
members of the task force from meetings. And I believe the change to the absence policy is to allow members, if they so inform myself as the administrator, that they are unable to attend the meeting, they will be marked as excused from the meeting.
I think they should inform the chair through you, and the chair would accept the
Yes.
absence, right? I think you should have the ultimate rule on that.
Right.
Notify the clerk and approved by the chair. So I'll amend to include those two.
Is this part of the attendance policy?
I believe so. It would be part of the bylaws, which would have to be noticed prior. But we can, if the
I think it's called attendance.
Yes.
There's something like that in there because it also has other provisions with regards to how many absences there are and that kind of thing.
You know, once we get everything ready, we can approve the entire document. But until that point, we can implement until we can actually approve the document.
Actually, I'm going to amend my motion. I think.
Okay.
I didn't like the language here. Is that what you're going to do?
Well, I'm trying to figure out exactly how this works. So is it up to the chair's discretion? And is there descriptions as to what would qualify as an excused absence? Or is it simply that the chair signs off and it's a matter of just notifying people ahead of time?
The problem has been somebody has an issue, then they can't make a meeting, good, bad, or whatever it is, and they don't notify anybody here. Okay, it is officially then an absence. But the question, but there's nothing that provides for creating an excused absence. It's been somewhat of a matter of practice and precedent in a way, but there's nothing that's ever been kind of codified, at least in our own governing documents. And so from time to time, it can get a little dicey if somebody says, but I was having a baby that night, and it obviously that's a very big deal, and maybe somebody had overlooked something in some kind of way. But yeah, ultimately it is at the discretion, but the idea is to try to at least get people to say that they need an excused absence so it could be officially put on the agenda, in the minutes. Yeah, go ahead.
So I think that we should actually, if we're creating it at the discretion of the chair, I think we should actually define what an excused absence would be, so that while it's still somewhat up to the discretion of the chair, it's defined as to what's excused and what's not excused, particularly as we're building rules for future Sunshine Task Force and all of that.
How would you define it?
You're getting in a really slippery slope.
But I think that I understand how you think this is a slippery slope, but leaving it at the discretion of the chair is a potentially much slipperier slope. I don't think that's a word, but
slipperier slope.
I disagree with leaving.
Can I? The what?
I disagree.
So if we define it as opposed to just the discretion of the chair, then it cuts down on potential abuse, where you have two people that conceivably have parallel reasons that they missed the meeting. One is a favored person by the chair. One is not. Like, I think there should be.
You think there's room for abuse in that level without specifying at least something structured?
I think in terms of on paper, there's room for abuse, not saying that you or any future chair would engage upon it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Member Fisher.
Yeah, we discussed this at, what was that meeting?
Rules
Committee. Thank you. We discussed this at Rules Committee, the organization for which I was chair numerous years. And my recommendation was, look, we're all volunteers, we're all adults, we all had to compete with a lot of people to get on these seats. If we have an excused absence, it's an honor system, it's an excused absence. It's that simple. You either are no call, no show, which, trust me, has happened. It could happen to me once. Or you called. And I can't be here, that's an excused absence. And, we all have to use it to our own discretion. I mean, I try not to plan vacations the first, Wednesday of whatever. I mean, I try. 3 years ago, I had a business trip that I had to fill in for somebody. I couldn't get out of it. That was my job. I got to do what I got to do. That's all.
Okay, Member Moss, then Member Kanata, and then Vice Chair Hyland. Sorry.
So am I to understand that part of the reason for this is that, so if you have an excused absence, then that doesn't count towards your 3 strikes and you get reported to the Board of Supervisors? So if it becomes like, an automatic, if you just report it, you're automatically excused, then people would only be reported to the Board of Supervisors if, you can miss 12 meetings, a whole year's worth of meetings, and as long as you call in advance of each of them, you're just never going to get notified.
You're not going to get reappointed. So take that with you.
Yeah, but I'm only just asking for clarification. Make sure I understand.
But the issue here is that I think Member Moss is something valuable on that, because it would then never get reported to the Board of Supervisors.
Unless people are just total no-shows.
It would stay in, even if they were a total no-show, if we declare, because they called before every meeting, say they called, let's say right now, you announced, I'm not going to be at the next meeting. And then 3 weeks before the meeting after that, you say, I'm not going to be at the meeting, and it's within our guidelines to be excused.
I have a question.
But you would still get, just under this scenario, if you didn't call and you just didn't show up, then under those circumstances, those would count towards you being reported to the Board of Supervisors.
That's right.
Correct.
Okay.
I have a question for Victor, probably. So through the chair to Victor. Wasn't this, isn't there like sort of a clerk of the board, Angela Calvillo, isn't she sort of the overriding on this? I mean, if somebody had 6, quote, excused absences in a row, she might take a look at this and say, okay, that's not cool.
She has no control.
She doesn't? I thought
No,
she
it would
was
be up
sort
to the
of
Board of
overseer.
Supervisors as a whole to take any action, if any at all.
Because nobody says, nobody's sitting here and saying if somebody calls 7 months in a row and says, I had a baby, I had another baby, I had a trip to Columbus, I had to go to Chicago. Eventually, the Board of Supervisors, somebody on the board, or even the chair could say,
The chair
this is
could
not cool.
always, I would not report it, but the chair or anybody on this task force
I mean, I
could
wouldn't
speak to the
stop-
Rules Committee
I would
in their
stop
offices.
Chair
or
Wolf from talking to the Rules Committee and saying, okay, 7 excused absences out of 8 months. That's something that, you might want to look at.
Okay, hold on. We got a stack going on here. Member Kanata, then Member Josh Wolf, then Vice Chair Hyland.
My comments were similar to Member Moss's. It seems like if we allow people to have excused absences, they can have as many as they want. I think the purpose of the attendance set clause here is that if you miss 2 meetings, you're notified, and then if you miss a third, the Board of Supervisors is notified. And yes, you may not be appointed again, but you may be. I don't know the purpose of changing this, but if you miss 4 meetings, that's a third of the year. So if there's going to be any type of change, maybe we don't leave it to anybody's discretion and just say that if you miss 3 meetings, you're notified. If you miss a 4th one, it gets reported.
But the question becomes, if you have a really good reason for not being at the meeting, should we allow an excused absence?
My contention would be, even with a really good meeting, a really good reason to miss a meeting.
Still miss the meeting.
If you're missing a third of the meetings for the year,
okay,
it seems to provide a lot of leeway.
Okay, so some activity on this side. Member Josh Wolf, then Vice Chair Hyland. And
I'm sort of just parroting what Member Kenyatta just said, but first a clarifying question: is it 3 in a year or is it 3 in a term?
In a 12-month period.
In a 12-month period. So, I don't think there's a need for an excused absence policy. If you're missed 3 meetings, then the Board of Supervisors is notified about it. More than likely, the Board of Supervisors is not going... Can you please stop? more than likely the Board of Supervisors is not going to interject and say, we heard there's 3 absences, we're going to pull you from the committee. More than likely what's going to happen is that when you go to be reappointed, they're going to say, well, we noticed that we were notified that you missed 4 absences last year. What happened? And now you still have this opportunity to be like, well, I was diagnosed with this horrible disease and I couldn't attend, but I'm better now, so like, I hope you understand. Like, I don't see a need for this absence policy to sound like school. It doesn't make sense to me.
All right, so we've got Vice Chair Hyland, let's get Member Eldon since
I
he...
just want to make sure we don't get off that because we're moving on to a different subject of concern here.
Yeah, no, I get it. Let's do Vice Chair Hyland, and Member Eldon, and Member Moss.
So what I was going to do is revise my motion. But before I do that, I just want to point out that there's 2 directions we can go. We can keep the language very clean and simple and leave it at the discretion of the chair, or we can try and get really technical and start naming numbers of absences, full meetings, subcommittee meetings, and get into the nitty-gritty. I don't think we want to go that direction. I think something simple, just acknowledging that in exceptional circumstances, an absence may be excused at the discretion of the chair. Boom, period, simple, just like that. And start with that as a working document, and then if we need to revise that in future rules committees and whatnot, we can do that. So that would be the basis of my motion, that's the language that I would like to put forward.
Okay. So I thought, was there already a motion on the floor?
There was a motion as listed in the...
Okay.
But then now that we've dissected the language, I want to...
Okay, so let's hold off on amending it and keep your thought, and let's get some other comments here. Member Eldon.
Generally, I think I agree with Josh.
Microphone, please.
Generally, I think I agree with Josh. My wife did have a baby in August, and that's why I missed that meeting. So I guess, like, for an excused meeting... My wife had the baby, yeah. Did I say that?
Co-parenting. Good job.
Go ahead, continue. Go.
So I am, like, excused means it doesn't count against the 3? What does it even mean?
Well, if you want to take Member Kanata's interpretation, he feels that whether it's excused or not, it still counts as an absence in that kind of way. The question then becomes, do we accept an excused as maybe not being counted?
Reportable to the Board of Supervisors.
Right, and then the question then becomes, could it be abused? Either by the person asking for the excused or at the discretion of the chair. And that becomes then the issue. Okay, so, I mean, brass tacks here, so. Okay, Fiona, did you have something you wanted to say? I just want to make sure I check in with you.
In general, I agree with Chris that it should just be at the discretion of the chair. One thing we could also do is say you're allowed X number of quote-unquote excused absences. So there's a couple different ways we can go. But in general, I agree with Chris that it should be at the discretion of the chair.
Okay. Member Moss.
So, having heard Member Kanata speak for a second, that maybe there would be some value that when it is that all the absences policy in terms of reporting to the supervisors doesn't change, but the supervisors are made aware of whether those absences were excused or not. Because it seems to me that if you're a board of supervisors and you're trying to make decisions about, how the committees are working, across, the body of San Francisco, you would want to know, is there a problem with the committee where there are several members who, for good reason, may have missed meetings, but we still have low attendance in those meetings. And then they might also want to know whether there are people who are not showing up who don't have good reasons to show up. So, I mean, I'm kind of feeling uneasy about, if we come up with this excuse absence and that resulting in people being able to take infinite absences without any real, notice to the supervisors.
Did you want? Member Baranetsky, she hasn't spoken yet. Go ahead.
I understand the reason for wanting to put in numbers, but I think like studies also have shown that if you have like open vacations at work, that it actually promotes people to come to work more. And because it is a volunteer position, I actually do think there should be more leniency. I understand like the quest for data and the benefits that it could bring, but I don't know. I just have a feeling actually that I don't know if there's a history of absences on this body.
How far back do you want to go back in history?
I don't know that I've ever met one of the members, the 11th member of this committee. So,
I will tell you that when, from years 2005 to 2011 that I served, or 2012, there were times where there was only 6 members. Not even the same members, but at any one time, only 6 members showing up at these meetings. And that's what led to a lot of problems, because if one member said no to everything, nothing would ever get approved.
And we've also had that in recent years here, too.
And I remember going before the Rules Committee, that was a question they asked everybody.
Right.
Are you prepared to attend meetings?
Yeah.
Right. Member Josh Wolf and, Member Tess Feisch has spoken on this.
And though the Rules Committee does ask that to everyone, there are many commissions like ours that have many vacancies, many absences, not something that for I don't want to say better or worse, for worse, it's not really kept track of very well by the city, by the Board of Supervisors as a priority. So.
Okay, Member Josh Wolf.
Even if the absences are excused, because of the way that we count our votes, like an absence is a no vote. If you don't come, that's one more yes that's necessary to acknowledge a violation. And I guess right now it's 3 absences, and the third absence requires notifying the supervisors, I guess.
Two absences to me, and then the third absence to the supervisors.
To you, what does that mean?
To the member themselves.
Oh, to the member, not to
Yeah.
the chair. I'm like, you already know who's not.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that Member Kenyatta's suggestion of adding additional absence, because that at that point would make it literally 30%. That's 66% attendance rating. Like, that's a D. There's no rational reason, whether it's excused or not, that you should continue to serve here if you're only here 2/3 of the time.
I'm going to request that this item be continued. I think there's still a lot. I think the jury's still out on this one, and we've spent about 15 minutes on the subject. So, last word, Vice Chair Hyland.
What I was going to suggest is to keep the language simple. In exceptional circumstances, excused absences may be granted at the discretion of the chair. 3 absences or 3 excused absences will be reported to the Board of Supervisors.
But doesn't okay.
I mean, just to keep it in parity with the 3.
But then why change what we currently? That's already stated in our policy, more or less.
Right.
So,
I was also going to say that any effort we make to give ourselves excused absences is going to be fed upon by the
Members of the public.
by the usual suspects. So just be warned. It will. So we have to craft this very clearly.
I would request that the motion be rescinded.
Motion rescinded.
Second, you're okay with that?
So
Okay, great. So we'll rescind that motion without objection. I don't think there's any objection to that, and we'll just bring this up at the next meeting. If somebody has any new ideas, or just say, you know what, just leave it. And
what can I make a motion on?
All I would say is I appreciate that everybody is showing up at all the task force and committee meetings. I really appreciate that, because my experience has been quite different in past years. So, all right, what other item here? The communication policy. We've spoken about that quite a bit at various meetings. You've seen my communications to you to create a separate email account just for your task force purposes, and that one you can distribute any way you want. Hopefully that will curb people from sending email to your personal email account. But ultimately, best is to refer anything that comes to you directly to Victor, because sometimes it's better that, I hear about it at least, or Vice Chair Allen hears about it directly, or all of us. If it's specifically, directed at a committee or something like that, at least that information can be disseminated. And if they're sending it to you, it's considered public at that point.
Chair Wolf, there's something that I think I heard in the communications, that if you respond to a member of the public on an item that is, going to be before the task force, that ultimately you would have to recuse yourself on that item.
You would, if you had ex parte communications with somebody, you can't, essentially under parliamentary procedure, Robert's rules, the person requesting recusal, that's all they're doing is requesting recusal. Mm-hmm. The body recuses them. They could say, we don't see that rises to a certain level of conflict. It's like I received a dividend from this company, from some stock, and they're here before us for some reason. It's like, this doesn't really rise to a conflict at that point.
Okay.
Maybe not, but that's really up to the body to recuse you. You just say, I think I should be recused from this, and let us decide that at that point.
I was thinking more of telling the members of the public, or actually not telling them because you're not going to respond.
Yeah, publicly disclosing it is important, always, absolutely, especially if there's an appearance even. Yeah. Appearances may not rise. Member testify.
And I think there's also a difference if your response to the person is, please do not contact me, I'm not going to engage in this type of communications, please forward everything to the administrator. That's different from just any type of contact that might rise to the level of needing to have the person recused.
Right. Victor, do you have something you want to add?
Just please note that I did list in this recommendation the practice that I use for handling communications that come to the task force. Basically, I do not give any communications to members of the task force that is part of a file. I just include it as part of the packet. And everything else is handled on individual basis. I try to forward you things that I believe that you would need immediately. Otherwise, I would just include it as part of the administrator's report. That's my basic practice.
And also just know, ex parte communications requires two people to have a communication. If somebody sends you something that is about a case, it's not necessarily... It is?
It is.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So yes. Shall we accept that as...
in courts, and there have definitely been practices for people who are in our positions to just hear what the other people have to say and not say anything, but they're still getting that information, and it has come up in their deliberations. So.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so, then maybe should we have a recusal policy at that point, laying out some of those things? Or a guideline?
A guideline could be a way of giving notice, public notice, immediately of the communication that occurred.
Okay.
So that any steps could be taken, should have been not an automatic recusal.
I got it. Okay, great. Member Moss?
I just want to make sure. So when you guys are talking about specifically related to complaints, this is not. If we have an agenda item about a policy and somebody sends us, they're like, hey, these are my thoughts on it, and can we chat about it?
Hypotheticals in general, like what ifs, kind of stuff like that, don't really rise to kind of ex parte communications.
Right. And
especially since you're somewhat of an expert, quote unquote, since you sit on this body.
Yeah. And then to comment on that, something like that would be more quasi-legislative, which usually doesn't, you're not as concerned with ex parte communications. It's the quasi-adjudicatory actions that we take with the complaints. So something like your AB 2853, like that type of an action, or other these rules changes that we're talking about, I wouldn't be as concerned.
Cool. Thank you. I just wanted to center my brain.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Vice Chair Hyland.
Chair Wolf, do you want to? Should we cycle back to we kind of skipped the hearing process.
Yeah.
Do we want to take a crack at that?
We can do that. We can do that. So, but just let's. Is everybody pretty much okay with this communications policy? Should we adopt it as policy? Should we adopt it as guideline? You know, the purpose of having this discussion is so that we have something to follow, and we can at least notify the public of what we will and will not accept as far as communications.
Make a motion to accept.
Okay, so it's moved by Chair Hyland, seconded by Member Tesfaye. Any public comment? Seeing none. Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Since this policy doesn't require a roll call, can we accept this by acclamation? Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, this policy is now approved. Okay, so let's go back to the hearing process. Okay, so get my notes out here. Okay, so it's my recommendation for adjusting the hearing process was to reactivate the complaint committee, have all the complaints be filtered through the complaint committee. Purpose of that would be that's what we're talking about here, right? Okay, it's the purpose of that is to, first of all, make sure that the complaint is within the jurisdiction. Also, to provide that if it was a 67, 21, or 25 complaint, that the information, the records were public, because that satisfies the 45-day rule, okay? And that would be part of what I'm asking for to approve on, because that's a very important point, because we hear that a lot from certain members of the public, and it also helps us keep things moving. It will prioritize all those types of complaints before all the others, and it really helps with scheduling for a lot of those things, and it helps create a little bit of variety with some of the other things. So because the 67, 21, and 25 are, by law, have more expeditious process than the other ones. So the other task of the complaint committee process is to just get an idea of what all the merits are. Sometimes complainants are not clear about what the actual details are, and sometimes it is more detail than what they really understand. And at the same time, some parties may not agree with each other. So this would be a perfect venue to ferret out all those issues. By the end of that process, everybody will be on the same page. And then coming to here, it's really kind of like the complaint committee report, okay? Here's this case, explain exactly what the case is, and then it gives a little background of what's going on, and then we start the regular full hearing process. And the reason why is because to have just 3 members on a committee fully adjudicating a case and then just sending a recommendation up doesn't give either party the benefit of all 11 people that are appointed by the Board of Supervisors, actually by the people, because this is the people's law. This wasn't created by the Board of Supervisors, and it wasn't created by the state. It's created by the people of the city and county. So I think it's best that we provide them with every opportunity to be able to hear their case in full. And so the concept of de novo doesn't even apply anymore. But what this will do is it will help the full when the hearing does come, by having at least a few people have an exquisite understanding of what the case is about, so that way, if it starts to get derailed in some way, it can, and for some reason we interpret it, the rest of us interpret it to be something different, at least we have some people who have reviewed it pretty intensely before that. Does that make sense? Okay. Vice Chair Hyland.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, for those that were on the task force before, that's going to represent a slight change of gear, where because of our caseload, we were actually adjudicating and kind of doing the whole thing on the cases just to get them done and keep up with a 45-day. So I think what Chair Wolf is suggesting is jurisdiction. That's easy. We can look at the potential violations. Get the code all lined up. And also, in many cases, in these subcommittee hearings, it's the first time the respondent and the complainant have come face to face. Like the head of the department shows up, and what was it, that voter information case we had? The guy's like, oh, now I get what she's asking for. So those kind of great things take place at that subcommittee level, and we get oranges to oranges, and that's all nicely packaged, and then it comes up to us. It's presented by the whoever was in charge of that complaints committee, and then we could really get to the merits and to the meat
But they're not.
of the issue.
Okay.
They're not showing up.
Yeah, I'll mention that in a second.
We should mention that.
Yeah, I'll mention that in a second.
I think that's what I had my hand raised. So then both parties would be required to attend.
They would required to attend here. They're not required to attend at the committee level.
Okay, so they're required to attend the full task force, but they can skip the complaint committee.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, if a respondent says, yeah, I violated, then they don't want to challenge it in any way or bring any new evidence or any kind of thing like that. They have the opportunity to come to the complaint committee and make a case to possibly affect a recommendation to the full task force, but we want them to actually come for the hearing itself. Okay?
Wait, does the complainant need to go to the complaint committee?
They don't. It's not required for either party. Okay? The purpose is so that there are some of us on the task force that has a look-see on the complaint before it comes here and try to deal with any difficult passages or
Missing documents.
Right, exactly.
Explanations of complicated things that we really don't need to
Right, complex issues, right. Try to break them down, that kind of thing.
And may I, just for my own clarification, if they aren't happy with it, they don't have to send it up immediately. They can request information.
Yes. Yeah, if let's say it's found that the certain evidence is not complete enough or it doesn't rise enough, then yes, the complaint committee can hold it back. And it really would be the flow of how it gets on the agenda really comes from the complaint committee. Now, there will be times in the future where the complaint committee may get overloaded, and we will then activate the other committees to then hear complaints. At that point, they will be the complaint committee. But really, I really want those other committees to complaints and amendments has their own kind of work to do because they're going to be referred a lot of work post determination, but EOT, I want you to have time to work on issues that are of interest and in your charge rather than being bogged down with complaints. And the same thing if we're dealing with any kind of amendments. And I think, like some of the work that Member Moss has been doing, I think I'd like to see more of that kind of monitoring of legislation and things that could affect us and that kind of stuff. So, all right, does that sound okay?
Yeah.
All right, so any public comment on that? Seeing no public comment on this, can we?
Can I mention, in the proposal, there were actually two proposals, and it looks like we're just going to...
There's three, so which one are we?
Actually, you're right.
There are three. One, to make no changes.
Right.
Two is to increase the complaint committee membership to 5 members and to make no changes to procedure.
Right. I didn't mean to skip over that. I'm sorry.
And third
My
is
bad.
as proposed.
Right. So the other thing is to maintain the current process, but increase the number of people that would serve on, let's say, the complaint committee. And then that increased number committee would adjudicate and then send a recommendation up. I mean, frankly, if you really want to do it, we can have a committee of the whole.
Well,
Just make everybody show up.
Twice a month, no.
Member Baranetsky.
I'm obviously super new, but I'm just curious because of what happened tonight, where a member of the complaint committee got referred compliance for that case, right?
A complaint. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He's not actually a member of the complaints committee. He was filling in for you that day.
Oh, right. Okay, got it. I'm just wondering whether whether it would make sense to have some like follow up with the particular people that were on the complaint committee, so that there's institutional knowledge of what happened.
So she means someone sitting on complaints and on compliance and amendments. One person that does both.
Oh, one person that does
So
both
that
of the
it would be streamlined, you know.
Oh, I see.
This time it just happens that Member Moss.
Oh, okay.
Through the chair, or if we have 5 people on that complaints committee, chances are 1 or 2 of them might be on the compliance.
Well, then people have. Yeah, I don't know, but people have to agree to want to serve on additional. Yeah.
I realize that. I wonder if there could be like a rotation, maybe, right? Like
We can- sure.
3 members could rotate for the complaints committee, and then they follow up if there's compliance from those.
Okay, and my also thought about this, also about reconstituting the complaint committee, is I did want to take advantage of the legal minds that are appointed, that have the that kind of stuff going on, because other members have expressed that they may not have enough to be able to kind of get into the nitty-gritty of things. So
I also like to note that from complaints, it will come to the full task force for hearing for everyone to become knowledgeable of it before it goes to compliance and amendments.
Right. Okay.
Through the chair, I was just going to say that option of having 5 people and actually adjudicating cases, not a bad option, because I mean, when we were kind of behind the 8 ball 2-3 years ago, that's kind of what we had to do with 3 people only to kind of move the case along. I mean, in a way, you're not hearing things twice. You hear it once with a robust subcommittee, it's adjudicated, and it is essentially rubber stamped, but at least it's rubber stamped after 5 people have looked at it, and it moves through the full task force pretty quickly.
Yeah. I have, my concern is does anybody here then care about that? Do they care that they're not part of a hearing, and actually adjudicating it, versus it just coming up as a recommendation and then more or less rubber stamping it? I mean, otherwise, people then don't. I mean, be frank. Then people aren't reading their agendas. They're not really getting familiar with the cases, and they're not really doing the tasks that they were appointed here for.
If that complaint committee, like 1 month it's these 5, next month it's these.
So rotate it. I mean, I'm okay with doing it that way, but we're not really in a backlog the way you guys were in those years, because the task force didn't meet for 6 solid months.
That's right.
Okay, so we don't have that issue right now. So. Right, and then we've got the overflow, as I suggested, overflowing to the other committees when needed.
Yeah, no, I think the complete committees, I think we're good the way it is.
I'll tell you what, let's.
Can I mention one more
thing?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Just in my experience from work, having this would be operating the complaints committee as one where you're having pre-hearing conferences basically on all of the cases, and it's just something that's so helpful with cases when you're in a litigation type setting, for people to just be able to say, oh, this is like the order the documents are going to go in, or you're missing this key document, rather than having us sit here all night
dealing with it. So that the hope is that once it actually comes before all of us, we'll be giving it a full hearing, but it's not going to be like we're combing through pages of things that are just all jumbled and confused and haphazard. Like the other night, we had signatures, we couldn't read them, and we went through that. And so when we went through the full hearing, we spent I think 2 hours almost with Ms. Sang at the committee meeting, just because the documents were all a mess, and that's just what we would be helping with. Do.
Right. Okay. I think we agree. Definitely, we want a complaints committee. Just how powerful should it be? So, just for discussion. But I'm happy with option 3. Is that what we've?
No, it's option 1 we're talking about. Wait a second. Wait a second. I'm not looking at the same thing here.
It's on my handout.
Oh, okay. Oh, so yeah, option 3. I was looking at the agenda item too. Okay, yeah. So on the handout, it would be option 3.
Okay. Well, I'm prepared to make a motion to adopt that.
Okay. Then make it.
Consider it made.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'm prepared to second it.
Okay. Moved by Vice Chair Hyland, second by Member Hensy. Any further discussion? Seeing none, public comment. Oh, Victor. Yes.
I'd just like to note that I will need to make some adjustments to the noticing, the procedures. I will work with Chair Tesfa because the procedure we have on the back of the agenda is for the full task force hearings.
Right.
And I don't think it's advisable to use that procedure.
Okay.
And there's just a lot of little documents that will need to change that I would like to get someone to take a second look at as I make those changes.
Okay. Let me ask, would it be helpful if we instituted this starting in 2017? It's only one meeting in December, but
I'd like to get a few test cases in.
Okay, then then fire away. I leave it at your discretion. Okay, to just get it all rolling.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
On the motion?
Yes. Can we take that without objection? Okay, seeing no objection, item is approved.
The last one is going to need to be continued at this time anyways, but I'd like just to mention to the other members. This will help in regard to our last item just discussed, in that establishing a minimum requirement in order for me to accept a complaint. At this time, I do perform this function for the extreme cases. However, there are some borderline ones where they don't give me certain documents. I know the task force is not going to be able to make any decisions without it. However, I accept it as is because it was a filed complaint. And I would hope that the task force would assist me in establishing that criteria so I, as the administrator, am not blamed for denying complaints. And this is something where we need to develop some criteria for future.
Okay.
I could help with that.
Okay. That's good. You want to be a point person to work with Victor on it?
I will provide you what I have currently. I do have a short list in our current procedures.
Okay.
We probably should expand on it as it's relatively short.
Okay. I appreciate that. Great. Okay. So we'll bring something for the next meeting to
yes, we can continue.
Bring some guidelines?
If we could continue this.
Great. And there was a host of other items too, but obviously where it's 8:45, we're not going to get to all of them. We'll save them for the next meeting, and nothing is absolutely only the ones here were the most pressing ones for the current.
And even though we don't finish our entire list, I would hope that we can adopt and amend our complaint procedures and bylaws, what we currently have, by the end of the year or the first of the year, just so that they're officially adopted. As the complaint we usually get from members of the public is you are practicing procedures that have not been adopted.
Right. Well, we've adopted some tonight, so thank you. Good job.
Okay.
All right.
Can we move on to the chair's report?
Yes, let's move on to the administrator's report.
Okay. I did list the chair's report on the agenda. I believe my sheet is misnumbered. Does the chair have anything he would like to report?
No, I did, but I can't remember what they are right now. Sorry.
Next on the agenda is the administrator's report, complaints and communications. The first item, of course, is our meeting schedule for the remainder of the year. We have the Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting in November 14th. That would be Monday, approximately a week and a half from now. The membership is Member Kanata, Highland, and sorry, my memory is failing me.
Moss.
And Moss, Member Moss. Are there any issues with attending that meeting? Next is the November 22nd Complaint Committee meeting at 5:30. We have Member Chair Tesfa, Member Hinsey, and Member Barnetsky. Are there any issues with that meeting? The next meeting would be the Sunshine Orange Task Force December 7th meeting. And then I believe we do have attendance issues with the December 20th meeting of the... Okay.
So, Victor, you know December 7th, I'll be on travel.
Yes. Member Highland has notified me that he's unable to make the December 7th
At the chair's
meeting.
discretion.
Wait, I'm sorry. When's the complaint committee meeting again?
That would be, there's two of them, one each month. It'll be November the 22nd. That is the Tuesday before Thanksgiving.
Okay, great.
It appears we have two confirmations for EOTC meeting for December 20th at 3:30. And then there is a December 27th meeting of the Complaint Committee at 5:30. My personal suggestion, if possible, would be to reschedule that for December the 20th to meet right after the EOTC meeting.
I can do EOTC too.
Just because we short staff, a lot of city departments will be out.
Yeah, I would prefer if we can piggyback the complaint committee onto the other committees when they meet.
I might not be.
I can do.
It would be in the late afternoon. It would be starting at least at 5:30.
May have left for
Vacation, okay.
We have Chair Tesfa. Are you available on the?
I have another board meeting that day for the week.
Oh, so I assume that is not a good idea then.
Could we also maybe see how many complaints we have at that time? And
I can fill it up.
Oh.
Yes.
Really? Okay.
We have. I have had 13 new complaints come in the last month.
How many?
13 new ones.
Oh, 13. I think you said 30.
Through the chair, I can be available on the 20th, if that helps.
So we have two confirmations for the complaint committee, and I'm sure we can get.
I can always default for if you can't fill a seat.
Yes,
no problem.
I can be there.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Can you chair that? Can you chair that meeting if Chair Jessica can't chair?
Yeah, of course. Or Vice Chair Highland can do that too.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's EOTC followed by complaints. Is that what it is?
Yes, on the same day.
Right.
All right.
Next is a list of new complaints. I may have been exaggerating by saying 13, but it's over 10.
Over 10, but less than 13. Okay.
We did it 13.
However, two of them have already been withdrawn.
Okay.
by Ms. Trudeau. She filed them, I sent them off, and she withdrew them.
Okay, very good.
And
anything else?
The rest of my report is pretty self-evident. There's really nothing I need to go over.
Okay, great. Just to give him an opportunity, DCA Cola, do you have anything you want to add?
That I can think of.
Okay, great. Okay, next item.
Item 12, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Have at it, folks. Okay. No? Any public comment on
no
any
new
of that?
legislation for me to inform you about. I got
Okay,
nothing.
great, perfect.
Hallelujah.
Right.
Yeah,
we
well,
have-
we got a bunch of ballot initiatives, so maybe there'll be something for me to announce next session.
That's right. And then we have a brand new legislative session starting in January. So if you hear any rumblings, coming around, now's the time for us to kind of get in on that.
Well, then, yes, I have heard of some rumblings. But honestly, I probably can't talk about it. This
Okay, great, no problem. Okay.
Next on the agenda is adjournment.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
Yeah.
Moved by Kanata,
I just
second by everybody? All right, all those in favor, by a rising vote? We are adjourning vote.